Hi, Linda. You're at the airport, actually?
Yeah, Art, I'm in a relatively noisy phone booth out here. I'm going to hope that we're going to be able to transmit all this well, and if you hear what sounds like the loudspeakers or the music of an airport behind me, that's because that's where I am.
Understandable.
I was in Eureka Springs this weekend at the Eureka Springs conference that discusses the large complex UFO phenomenon. One of the guests who spoke for the first time in 28 years about his experiences as a television producer and writer in 1972 to 74 with the Department of Defense, working on a documentary called UFOs Past, Present, and Future, was Robert Emenager. In my new book, Glimpses of Other Realities, I show a drawing that he used in the first edition of the book when it was published in 1974 and was never published again after that. And he explained to me some time back, and I'm going to play an excerpt actually with more details here in a minute, that this drawing was made in the presence of Department of Defense officials who had the photographs in 16-millimeter film taken from two cameras at Holloman Air Force Base in May of 1971 when there was what appeared to be a pre-arranged landing at Holloman Air Force Base in the White Sands Missile Range area. And what I'm going to play for you right now is an excerpt of his telling, really for the first time, the blow-by-blow as he understands what happened. And
all right, Linda, let me ask, are you able to hear me, Linda?
Yeah.
Did you say a pre-arranged landing?
Yeah, it assumes, it implies that there was some communication.
All right, very good. This should be an interesting report. Go ahead.
Here we go. And I want you to know that the cord from my tape recorder and the cord from the payphone don't overlap. This will be about 5 or 6 inches from the speaker on my tape recorder. So let's see how this works.
All right,
okay,
let's try it.
He said that there were three ships which were filmed by a ground camera and a helicopter. He even gave me the names of the cameramen. But none of them seemed to be in difficulty, or because of the way it's sort of watered down.
It's not falling leaf.
It's kind of a falling leaf, and it landed at the base. But it seemed like there was some understanding ahead of time. I'm not sure about because they said they dispatched a couple Anthony Burroughs, I think, is a big monstrous, it's wonderful to see them, flying around, but to guide it down or to secure the area, they did have an alert at the base, and I understood that I was told that the commander of the base, fire chief, several other people were there as the craft landed and were waiting, and at the opening of the door, and out came, I guess, 1, 2, or 3 Roman tight-fitting suits, which did not look quite human. They had those cat-eyed look to them. Very thin mouth. They had almost like a Sumerian-looking hat, as a matter of fact, rope design, and even Sumerian-looking face. It would look like that to me.
With a very large, almost beast-like nose.
Yes. That they were met and taken to, there's an area there where the buildings are no longer exist. When I went there, I asked where these buildings, and they said those two barrack buildings were torn down. There's no significance to that. They're always tearing things down. And with the craft, the one that did land was taken down to the end of Mars Avenue and put in a very small hangar. This is what I was told. They were met by an Alfonso Lorenzo, at least that's the name that's on one of the documents I have.
He was supposed to be a biologist or an electrician?
He was an X-ray technician or something, radiology. He was in that field, but I never TV-wise and foreign technology. And he may not have been a tech sergeant at all. But that's what I was told. But apparently he was an attendant to one of these beings, took care of whatever their needs were.
What was his impression of that?
Well, he was somewhat freaked out, and he's the one who contacted his friend at North to be on the alert and look for the film that would be coming. He said, I know there's got to be film. And he kept corresponding with Paul. Paul Schroeder. Paul Schroeder.
Do you ever get any kind of a personal human reaction to these things?
Yes, he did. His comment was that to him, they appeared like scientists, like educated scientists. Now, I don't know what kind of communication was done, but it seemed like there was no problem with communicating.
They held in the drawing in your book, there was that rod.
Staff, which is a half caduceus, is it?
It looked like, a coil around a staff. And
He did mention what that was. That was a communication sort of the ability to also, I imagine, to paralyze or to do whatever. It was like their leadership role. And it's very interesting that we have, all through our military history, we've had the short baton as a symbol of leadership and power. And I kept wondering, I wonder if this is something that we, in our ancient past, have copied, like little humans that we are.
All right, I want to double check. Is this coming through at all clearly?
Well, not very, Linda. Not
that's
very.
What I'm concerned about, and it's such an important interview.
I understand.
That maybe what I ought to do is just give you a quick summary on this, and then next week do it again in the finer audio abilities I have in my office.
All right, let's do that, Linda. Give me a summary because it sounded fascinating. What was the essence of the report?
This is the very first time that Bob Emenegger has described the beings in any detail and using the term Sumerian. He said this was the context within which they were described, the same kind of pleated headdress that rose over a bulging head. He said the eyes did have vertical pupils. He referred to them as cat eyes. They were holding a rod in the left hand, which is in the drawing, that had a coil roping around it, that he said our people understood to be both a communicator and something that they could use as a paralyzer if they were threatened in some way.
All right, this is fascinating, Linda, but I'm a little bit lost. Exactly where and when did this occur?
This was May 1971 in a portion of Holloman Air Force Base. 3 discs, this is the part apparently you could not hear easily, came down at this particular air base. They were met by a party of us. There were 3 beings. One of those is the Alfonso Lorenzo name that he was referencing, who was in some scientific capacity there, who was saying that his impression of these beings was that they were scientists. And he was describing that in this meeting of these beings that, for all intents and purposes, seemed to be like the so-called old ancient Sumerian gods, at least in what we have in replicas of stone statues. They and their craft was transported for reasons that he said had something to do with a repair, but he was not sure if that was a cover story and there was some other reason, but that this was put on some kind of a truck covered with a tent and transported to a building at the end of a street that was called Mars Avenue. This happened in May of 1971, according to Emenegger. They were filming at Holloman and filming the documentary in which they described this event then as a hypothetical sequence, because that's what the Department of Defense told them to do. And that film was first broadcast in the United States in 1974, about 3 years after the event. For those who have seen that documentary, at conferences or maybe on television in late night. It was one of the last projects that Rod Serling did as a narrator. And in it, it is this sequence at Holloman that he is now describing in detail for the first time.
All right, what I'm curious about, Linda,
documentary they describe as hypothetical.
Yes, Linda, what I'm curious about is why is he just telling this story now?
Because he feels that he can.
Because he feels that people are ready for it, do you think? Or because something else has changed? In other words, you say he feels he can. He feels people will accept it, or that it's time, or what?
Well, he does not, apparently, because he said he had checked with some of his still contacts in Washington about speaking at the conference and making these descriptions, and no one said that he could not. So this is, in a way, it is a step forward beyond the documentary 20 years ago. It's gone from hypothetical to the description of a reality.
All right. Well, there is yet another reality, and while we're on the subject, Linda, I know your book is out. Why don't you tell everybody how to contact you or get a copy of the book?
Well, thanks, Art. Glimpses of Other Realities. You can get information about ordering from Linda Howe Productions, Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006. I'll repeat that one more time. Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon, Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania. And the zip code is 19006. And next week, I will redo this so that you can hear his interview clearly. And I'm sorry I got trapped late on an airplane in an airport.
Oh, no, that's quite all right, Linda. And if it had been any closer, I suppose you'd have been calling from in-flight.
I would have had to.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
Well, thanks, and my best to Budd Hopkins.
All right, take care, Linda.
Take care, Art.
That's Linda Howe, literally at the airport. And sometimes that's the way things work out. I thought she had perhaps spaced out on the time change that, of course, we all went through, the 1-hour time change. Well, on a summer afternoon in 1964, Budd Hopkins and two others watched a small, round, metallic craft maneuver in the sky over Cape Cod. This daylight sighting marked the beginning of his interest in UFO phenomena. But his first nationally known investigation did not take place until 1975. Well, I understand that. You need a while to think about an experience. Then a UFO apparently landed less than a mile from Manhattan, was observed from various vantage points by a number of witnesses. Budd Hopkins' carefully researched account of this incident appeared in the Village Voice Cosmopolitan magazine and elsewhere, and was covered extensively by television and radio. Budd is an accomplished author, probably the nation's premier UFO investigator, and he has appeared just about on everybody's important television show. And I'm sure that you know him, so he doesn't really need a great introduction beyond all of that. Let's go to Budd Hopkins. Budd, good evening.
Good evening, Art.
Are you able to hear me okay?
I certainly can. I hope you can hear me.
Just fine. Clear as can be. Budd, first of all, welcome back. We had you on Area 2000. Now the program is syndicated, and we're sure glad to have you back again. Listen, what did happen? I speculated there a little bit. I had my own sighting, Budd, and I had to sit back for a long time after it and think about it. Was that the case with you?
Yeah, that was the case. And, of course, I didn't think of myself at any point of someone who was going to do investigations. I was making my art and exhibiting, and that was my life. And it wasn't until this friend of mine reported an object landing near his car and little guys getting out, little figures and so forth,
right,
in a quite dramatic way, that I just simply thought, I've got to look into this. And so I think I was sort of pulled into this business by circumstance rather than by choice. But I think you're right about sitting back and thinking it over. You see, no one can overestimate, really, the resistance all of us have to what this really implies. This is the biggest change, the biggest event in all of human history.
It is,
if it's going on. And the evidence is there, and it is so absolutely shocking that people who have the experiences are sometimes even more hesitant to accept their reality than the people who are just reading about them on the outside, because it is so shocking.
Sure. As you got down line from your experience a year or so, Bud, did you find that you began to question the experience yourself in your own mind, or did you find it became more clear to you?
Well, that's an interesting question. I would say, depending upon the day you might have asked the question, one or the other might have been the answer. There is a strange way in which, if everything's going well and the world seems orderly and the edges are nice and clean, you just convince yourself it just must have been something. You don't know what it was. It must have been something. So you convince yourself as best you can that it's just something that's going to go away, because it has to have an explanation. On the days when the imagery comes back in your mind vividly, and God forbid you've read about somebody else having a similar thing, it comes back to haunt you. This really happened.
Right.
And so I do think that the ambivalence is bound to be there. You know, one of the things, Art, that bothers me a great deal is TV programs or whatnot, when they're dealing with people who've had abduction experiences. They will say so-and-so claims to have been abducted.
Right.
No one, but very few people will step up and say, I had an abduction experience, I claim this. What people really say is, this happened to me, it is so confusing, it is so upsetting, it's totally real as far as I'm concerned, but it just can't be. I'm having trouble even believing it.
Sure.
So therefore, it's a long way away from a sort of a cold-blooded, clear-eyed claim for anybody.
Well, maybe it's easier for the storyteller, no matter how it is, how real it is to the individual, Bud. Maybe it's easier for the storyteller to, in essence, give themselves an out if the other guy hearing the story says, "Boy, what a bunch of baloney."
Yeah, well, I don't think it's so much the fear, although that does enter into it, the fear of ridicule. It's the fact that if you accept the reality yourself, what this does to your whole belief system about virtually everything in the world.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fear about the listener and how they're going to react. I remember after my experience, I thought, do I say anything or don't I say anything? I finally decided to, but I was in great fear, Bud, about what people would think of me.
Yeah, that's true. Well, this is, excuse me, I've just finished writing an article which I'll be publishing fairly soon. I'll send to the Mouton Journal. And the title is Losing a Battle but Winning the War, something to that effect.
Yes.
The basic point is that we're winning the war about bringing this material and this phenomenon, the abduction phenomenon, to more and more serious mainstream attention. Matter of fact, just last week I had Susan Spencer here from 48 Hours doing some work. They're going to be coming back next week on a 48-hour special. But I mean, the New York Times, Time Magazine, I've been interviewed recently by, a lot of very fine mainstream people. We are winning the war for simply the idea that this has got to be taken seriously. Whatever idea about it you want to have, whether you think it's some completely strange, new, modern psychological aberration or whatever, or whether you feel that these events are real, still more and more people are coming to the conclusion you can't just sit on the sidelines without looking into it. But the battle we're losing is the fact that a particularly virulent group of what I call true believers are people who believe that this cannot possibly be true. In other words, they have a very narrow belief system. These people like to think of themselves as debunkers or skeptics or whatever, but there's a very narrow group of them who have set about almost single-handedly to make a climate exist, to bring about a climate of opinion that makes it almost impossible for serious people with a lot of risk to come forward and talk about their experiences.
Sure.
That battle we're really losing. I've worked now with maybe 450 people, something like that, one-on-one, who have had abduction experiences. And one of them was a NASA scientist. I was just approached the other day by my seventh psychiatrist who's had his own experiences, police officers, military, and so forth. Actually, a person I'm going to be working with shortly, her father was up for an Academy Award recently, a major category. These are people from all walks of life who now, of course, if they did come forward, it'd be extremely important for the credibility of the whole issue.
Right, but I was going to ask, what happens to a NASA scientist who claims or claims publicly that he was abducted?
Well, might be looking for a new job. I don't know. It's hard to say, but I would say to any NASA scientist in a situation like that, don't go public, because the climate that's been established of ridicule by these virulent, reputation trashers, really,
sure.
Is such that they are trying to create a climate in which nobody can come forward and talk about this objectively in terms of personal experience without enormous risk. And to show you the level of the risk, I've received 2 letters, 2 different people, women, who had explored their experiences, and now we're in the divorce court, and their husbands were trying to get custody of the children on the grounds that the wives were crazy because they believed they'd had these experiences. You can imagine, if you were a neurosurgeon, or if you were a police lieutenant, would you ever come forward and talk about that under the present climate of ridicule?
No, I don't think so. So
I advise people not to.
It's really amazing that this many do, and if you get a chance to talk to them first, you say, no, don't do it.
I actually do. Now, I'm involved in an extremely important case here in New York involving witnesses to an abduction that was evidently put on for people to see. I mean, a very important political figure was involved as a witness, and it was a kind of a show for this person, I believe, as the inferences you make from the evidence. And there are numerous witnesses, including a new witness that I had just recently uncovered. But the point is, I have given the advice to these people not to come forward because the skeptics are ready to savage anybody who reports this kind of experience.
Well, I was about ready to ask you for some names, but obviously that's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah, can't do it. And that's a big problem. That's a battle which we really are losing.
How big a person are we talking about, Bud?
Well, we're talking about, it's hard to say, let's find an analogy. Let's say the importance of the level of, let's say, a former Secretary of Defense of the United States, a former Prime Minister of Great Britain, something of that level.
Oh, that's
we're talking very, very high.
Yeah, but
the point is...
all right, Bud, listen, the point is we're at the bottom of the hour right now, so let's take a quick break and we'll be right back. My guest is Budd Hopkins, and this is already fascinating stuff. You're listening to Dreamland on a Sunday night from the CBC Radio Network.
From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Dreamland with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
Another Sunday night, another Dreamland. My guest is Budd Hopkins, and he really ought not need anybody's introduction, and he really doesn't. He is the nation's premier UFO investigator, author of Intruders and Missing Time, and talks about all that sort of thing, and he's telling us now about... fascinating case, actually, involving somebody up high who's had an experience, an apparent abduction, and has been interviewed recently by 48 Hours. And, Bud, I want to ask you about 48 Hours. Have you noticed any sort of sea change, Bud, in the way 48 Hours and other programs are coming at you? In other words, are they more serious about the subject?
Absolutely, Art. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And I believe that this really the change began back in '87, because there was a simultaneous appearance of my book Intruders through Random House, Whitley Strieber's book Communion through Morrow, and Light Years by Gary Kinder. I've forgotten the publisher, but it was a major publisher. 3 books came out at the same time, taking the subject very seriously, and they were published by major publishing houses. And at that point, there was just no way that the press could totally ignore this, and things began to change at that time. I was favorably reviewed in the New York Times and the Washington Post and places like that. 2020 did a piece and so forth. Plus, lots of other things. But the point is that the public is extremely interested in this, because I think there is a subtle awareness in this country that this has never gone away, that the subject just... the evidence is there, and that there's an effort on the part of the government and other people to keep this quiet, and people just want more and more to hear about it.
All right, I'd like to understand, Bud, what you can tell us about your own success. In other words, you are regarded, so well regarded throughout the mainstream media, and why is that compared to others who are ridiculed, frankly, and laughed at times? Why?
Well, don't think maybe you should ask the press to answer that question instead of me. I can just tell you what I try to do, and that is I try to never make any assertions beyond those that I feel the evidence can really support in a very clear-cut way. I tend to sit on aspects of the phenomenon which are more outre, more peculiar,
sure.
Which I cannot really support so well by clear-cut evidence. A lot of people want to go with the most dramatic story they can find, which of course then makes it sound as if, even though they may be very sincere and actually have some evidence for it, but it makes them sound a little bit more like the supermarket dreadfuls, those
sure.
little papers, than serious individuals. And I think that I can say I haven't really had to retract anything that I've written over the years, simply because I've been very careful. And I think that carefulness comes out because in people's response, and they feel that, well, here's somebody who doesn't sound wild and crazy and does marshal his evidence, and perhaps he should be attended to or listened to. I think that's perhaps, I hope that's the reason why I have received more attention on some of these subjects from mainstream people.
All right. What about people like Phil Klass? Phil Klass I'm going to have on the program in debate in a few weeks. How has Phil treated you? Evenly along with everybody else, Bud?
The man has lied, as a matter of fact. You see, when we talk about balance and Philip Klass, it would be as if you were having a program on politics, and supposing I were Senator Lautenberg, say, and for balance you got Lyndon LaRouche.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. I'm going to have him on with Stanton Friedman, though, and Stanton can hold his own.
Well, he can hold his own, but, years ago, Mort Saul said that he defined a liberal as a masochist who will buy and read everything a bigot publishes. And I've always thought of Philip Klass as essentially a bigot. There's no sense of his having an open mind on any of these issues. And just to show you what's the typical situation, why I can say these very harsh things, and I don't say harsh things about many people, but as an example, he wrote a book attacking me at great length and attacking a number of abductees, Charles Hickson, Betty Hill, Kathy Davis, many, many different people.
Sure.
Attacking the entire phenomenon, and had never interviewed or spoken to a single solitary person that he wrote the book about.
All right, let's look at motivation for a moment. There are those who say he works for the government, he's part of the disinformation campaign, or do you think it's just a personal thing with him?
Well, I don't really know. I shouldn't even say. If he's working for the government's not getting its money's worth. Let's put it that way. I don't know what his problem is. I think he adores the publicity. But at any rate, I'd just like to make one point very clear, just as an example of the way he operates. He started attacking abductees, and he doesn't do this in any kind of even attempt at a gentle way of saying, well, maybe these people are misguided or something. He implies everyone is a liar and a crook. And this is his basic. Recently in the Times, he said, he was quoted as saying, these people aren't crazy, meaning there isn't a mental problem.
Right.
They're just little nobodies. This is the only way they can get on the Oprah Winfrey Show, which I think is, of course, a wonderful piece of self-description on his part.
I'll ask him about that.
But at any rate, that's not the voice of a scientist. That's the voice of a mad fanatic. And let's always remember that Santayana defined a fanatic as someone who, when he loses sight of his goal, redoubles his efforts.
Yes.
And but this is the point I'd like to make. He started attacking abductees a long time ago, saying if they really had these experiences, they would report them to the FBI. Which is kind of funny. If you're Charles Hickson and you're in Pascagoula, Mississippi in the middle of the night, how do you find the FBI?
Absolutely.
You go to the local police. But at any rate, he said the reason they don't report to the FBI is because there's a federal law against falsely reporting a kidnapping, which would imply that they're aware of that law and therefore since they've made up the whole story, they're afraid to report it.
Right.
Well, of course, to report it to the police, there's a state law always against falsely reporting a kidnapping, too. It's the same same thing. It doesn't make any difference. You don't have to bring in the FBI. But years ago, under the Freedom of Information Act, we got an internal FBI memo describing an abduction reported to it in 1967. And copies of that were sent to class, of course. Meanwhile, when I did the Oprah Winfrey Show with him one time, the only time and I will never do it again, the only time I ever appeared with him, I handed him a copy of my letter to the FBI reporting all of the cases that I had been working on and demanding an investigation.
Oh, really? How do you react to that?
Well, he was... of course, his immediate thing was to counterattack and say, well, you should have done it earlier, you know. Huh. And, of course, it was an exercise in futility because the letter I got back from the FBI was exactly what I expected. You know, dear Mr. Hopkins, the FBI does not look into such cases. Please report it to MUFON, etc. At any rate, the basic point is that as recently as 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, something like that, someone was interviewing him and he went into his FBI routine again and said, maybe because of the law against it, maybe that's why to this day no one has ever reported a UFO abduction to the FBI. Now that is an outright lie, which he knows it to be a lie. I don't know what's eating the man. He certainly seems to be an unhappy human being. But I wish you well with your experience. I think I've talked as much as I want to about this man.
Yeah, that's fine. My next question would be a really broad one, Bud. What is it, in your view, which is and has been for years now been seen in our skies? What are all these things? How many of them would you say are legitimate, possible extraterrestrial visitors of some sort?
Right. Well, the first point is as to what they are. I mean, obviously, none of us know what they are in any kind of absolute way. We know what they aren't. The word alien defines something in terms of what it isn't. You know, when I'm in Mexico City, I'm an alien. It doesn't say anything about me. The basic point is they're not from Nebraska or wherever. I mean, they are an alien phenomenon. Therefore, what we can say about their origin and their nature is always speculative. And I always quote to show the impossibility of getting at it correctly. Scott Rogo once made the remark that he didn't. I think he must have regretted this. He was a good man and died far too young, but he did make this little slip, and he said he didn't believe that UFO occupants were extraterrestrial because they were not doing what extraterrestrials would do.
Oh, and how does he know what...
Well, that's just the problem.
Yeah.
So when people get into arguments about, I think they're interdimensionals, and somebody says they're time travelers or they're whatever, I just sort of slink away from the argument. We know that they're not human. What do we know about them? We know that they obviously exhibit intelligence. They have a humanoid appearance. They have obviously a technology which is thousands of years ahead of ours. They seem deeply interested in us. They are deeply foreign to us in their sense of not really understanding human emotions. We know many, many, many things about how they behave, but as to what the bottom line is, what their goal is ultimately, what they're going to be doing a year from now, 20 years, 100 years from now, we have no way of knowing.
You are okay, but you are nevertheless convinced that they are in one of those categories, whether it's interdimensional or it's extragalactic or whatever it is.
They are physically real at least some of the time. Now, they seem to be able to dematerialize, virtually disappear, and so forth and so on. Whether you want to invent a term called interdimensional, or whether we want to just say it's an advanced technology, you can flip a coin. It doesn't really make any difference to me. But the point is that they represent a non-human intelligence from elsewhere, which is of enormous advancement over us technologically and so on.
All right, we are a commercial operation, so we're going to do a little of that right now, Bud. Relax for a second. We'll be right back to you.
Okay.
All right, my guest is Budd Hopkins, and if you've been listening, you well understand what the subject matter is. We'll be right back with more of it.
You're going to take some calls tonight.
Yes, we are.
Very interested in that.
Yes, well, they're coming up in the next hour, Bud.
Good.
Absolutely. Are these friendly beings, or are they... what are they? In other words, we see one of these things, what would you advise a person? Walk up and offer your hand, or run like hell?
Well, the truth of the matter is you're probably not going to have any choice one way or the other in this. They seem to be able to control the situation as they need to. Now, the basic point about this, which is extremely, I think, central to understand, is that all of our science fiction films and the simple stories and so forth have always dealt with visitors from outside, extraterrestrials or whatever, as one of two types. Either they're going to come as conquerors, body snatchers, etc.,
right,
or they're going to come as saviors to clean up the environment and close up the hole in the ozone layer, etc. They're either going to be, in other words, gods or devils.
Yes.
And neither one of those descriptions fits what we're getting. What we're getting is, we might call a third world, a third force. They seem to have their own agenda. Their own agenda does not involve any kind of causing of deliberate pain or deliberate hardship or taking over the world or anything of that sort at this point, because they've been here for a long time, and I have abduction cases that go back to 1929. They could have done an awful lot of mischief had they wanted to in the meantime. And, of course, in all of that time, there's absolutely no sign they've done anything to help us out either. Nothing stopped, for instance, the Holocaust. Nothing stopped our dropping bombs on Hiroshima. Nobody stopped the Korean War, the Vietnam War, or the carnage and the genocide that various factions have practiced since then. Nobody stopped the spread of AIDS, the problems of cancer, the difficulties with our planet, the environment. They seem to be bent on their own purposes, which are not malevolent or benevolent. And that's a very tough one to understand.
All right, so then maybe they're closer to actually just monitoring what we're doing.
Well, they seem to be monitoring it, but they seem to be taking material from us and taking from us with as little disruption as possible, it would seem, as little deliberate disruption. The involuntary disruptions, the side effects of what they're doing, are truly horrendous. I don't think they understand the terror and the confusion and the self-doubt and the family disorders and dysfunctions and so on that follow in the wake of what they've been doing over these years. But I don't see that those are intended results. So they are taking from us our genetic material, our DNA, our particular genetic makeup, because it seems, and this is the basic theme of my book, Intruders, and really this has been replicated and is accepted by virtually all abduction researchers that I know of. They are picking people up in childhood and picking them up again at intervals throughout their lives, right, as objects of study. And they seem to be taking sperm and ova samples and genetic material in what is apparently an attempt to create a mixture of themselves and ourselves, a hybrid being. And quite along with that, they seem extremely interested in understanding our emotions, our thoughts, our feelings about one another, our sense of relationship with one another, love we feel for one another, for our children, and so forth. All of those wonderful human things they seem to lack, and they seem to be very anxious to acquire them.
Well, as you look at their behavior, Bud, would you say they're more likely, let's see, how can I put this? Would you say they're more likely our creators, or they are tampering with what has been created?
Boy, that's a tough one to answer. I mean, we're out in real deep speculation. I mean, there are a lot of people who talk about them as our creators and so forth. The idea being that we must have some common genetic root for a hybrid program to work. I really don't know how to answer that. My feeling, though, Art, actually, is that on Earth, females carry their babies for 9 months. The fetus is in their bodies. And when they give birth, there's a tremendous sense of connection, of bonding with their children. If you imagine some kind of developed species which no longer reproduces by that method, which no longer has females that go through the discomfort and warmth and everything else of carrying a child inside the body and giving it nurturance and so forth, if they have evolved past that and they somehow need that, they feel that perhaps they've reached some kind of evolutionary dead end. And there are reports that would suggest that, though we can't, again, we're in speculation.
Okay, again, that it is they have reached the dead end.
Yes, exactly. They rather than us. I think they're envious of us, to tell you the truth. I think that they're gaining spiritual and emotional nurturance from us at the same time that they're taking, forcibly I should say, genetic material.
All right, a lot of people speculate in order to do that, there was with our government or somebody a deal made, Bud, a long time ago, some kind of a technology swap for genetic tampering permission or whatever.
I think that's totally without foundation. I think it's even kind of ludicrous, just on the ground that if all we've gotten out of it is some stealth technology, as people allege, stealth planes manage to cost an inordinate amount of money and don't even work very well. I don't know what we've gotten out of it. I don't see anything that we've gotten out of it that any kind of quantum leap in technology. I wouldn't, on the other hand, say that we haven't perhaps found wreckage if they have had accidents and acquired that wreckage and tried to reverse engineer that wreckage in some way to learn what makes their equipment go. But the idea that, I always used to think, under the previous administration, I always sort of made a joke about it, that I always saw the idea of small gray men with clipboards standing in Dan Quayle's office with a list of children they wanted to abduct that week, or aluminum siding salesmen, or whatever. I mean, it's just totally foolish. They can do whatever they want to do. They don't have to ask any government permission from anybody. I think that kind of theory gets foisted upon us because a lot of people who look into this have a natural paranoid tendency, and I don't mean that in the strict clinical meaning, but conspiracy theories are wonderful for a lot of people.
They abound.
And of course, you understand paranoia is a wonderful thing because it instantly organizes what's otherwise chaotic. If you and I have a flat tire in the afternoon and lose at poker in the evening, we think we had a couple of bad breaks, but the paranoid will tell you who did it to you and why.
That's right.
So the point is that if there's a lot of paranoia about the UFO phenomenon, there's, of course, tremendous paranoia, and some of it obviously very deserved on the part of belief about the government. So if you can put the two together and say the two are working hand in hand, we've got a kind of very satisfactory thing.
All right, you almost speak as though there is not a government cover-up. We're close to the top of the...
No.
There is one.
Absolutely. But there's a big difference between complicity and some kind of a deal that where the government or some branch thereof is quote-unquote allowing the aliens to abduct thousands and thousands and thousands of our citizens daily.
So, in other words, you think the government may understand that it is here and that they are here and even have evidence of that, but not really know what the story is themselves?
Absolutely. I think that their knowledge is far more extensive, I'm sure, whatever branch this is, than my knowledge or anyone else's. But the point is, what can they do about it? I've used this example again and again. If all a president can say is, ladies and gentlemen, they're here and they're flying around, they can outfly anything we have, and they're taking our people on these 1 and 2 and 3 hour abduction events, medical experiments, sperm and ova sample being taken. They erase people's memories. We have no idea what it's ultimately leading to, whether they're going to be friendly or not. We don't know what this is all about. There's nothing we could do about it. Thank you. Good night. We'll talk about it when we hear more.
So in other words, why say anything? You're just going to scare a whole bunch of people.
Could you imagine being in the bond market when something like that drops?
No, I cannot. Budd Hopkins, hold on. We're going to take a break, top of the hour, then we'll come back and take phone calls. This is Dreamland. On a Sunday evening, I'm Art Bell. My guest is Budd Hopkins, nation's premier UFO investigator. Get close to your telephone, get ready, because you're about to have an opportunity to speak to him.
1-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
And we own the night or evening, whatever day part it happens to be. My guest is Budd Hopkins. And as the man just told you, those are the telephone numbers. The telephone lines are now open. Budd is our nation's, I believe, premier UFO investigator. I'm honored to have him on the program. Budd, are you there?
I certainly am.
Okay.
And if I may just make a comment, because we do live in the real world too, with all the rest of this, I'm sort of astonished at the heavy-duty right-wing bias of the news reports we're getting. It's really quite on your program. It isn't so much news as a little sermonette about how bad anything liberal, I'm surprised. But anyway, I don't want to short-circuit what we're talking about. But we do live in the real world, and these other things are important to us, too.
They really are. And does the twain ever meet, Bud?
Oh, yeah.
It does.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the twain meets in the sense that these experiences, and we're again dealing with the whole abduction phenomenon, these experiences have such powerful effects on people's lives that there is no way that your day-to-day existence is not affected very subtly by what's happened to you. Now, just to give you a quick example, if these experiences have happened in childhood, and that's where they seem to always start, versus abducted as a little child, and you're 5 years old and you wake up and you can't move, you're totally paralyzed, and you feel there's some strange figure that's come out of the closet or whatever with his huge black eyes, and you feel yourself floating or whatever, and you don't remember all of the experience. You come back with a cut on your leg that wasn't there. Maybe you're upside down in your bed, or maybe your pajamas are no longer on, they're on the floor or something, and all the signs of physical problems. And you start calling out for help for your parents, and your mother says, you just had a bad dream, get back in bed. And you try to say it wasn't a dream, it was real.
Right.
What happens, of course, is a terrible kind of split develops between the child and his or her sense of trust of adults. And if the adults begin to feel maybe something like this really is happening, they begin to feel a tremendous sense of impotence, of helplessness in protecting your own families. And much of this can remain unspoken. And it does not help anybody in your day-to-day existence, whether you're talking about your first grade teacher or your friends at school. You're afraid to let them know that these strange things are happening to you, which you think, am I crazy? Is this me? Or what is this?
Sure. All right, Bud, one other thing. You brought up politics, so one question, then we'll go to the phones, and that is, this administration, they've revealed an awful lot about the nuclear testing and a bunch of other baloney that's going on. What kind of hopes do you have that they're going to release information or what they know about UFOs?
Well, my hopes are slender, sad to say. I mean, we have been hearing day after year after year after year, this is the year and they're going to come clean and so on and so forth. I honestly don't see how they can do that without really terrifying the country. They've put themselves in a completely terrible position by the government cover-up program, because by denigrating the experiences of literally millions of people, they're really saying, you didn't have these experiences. You either made them up, you're a liar, or you're mentally ill. It didn't happen. Some problem psychologically. This is, of course, very much like on a national scale what I was describing within a family, where the parents are telling the children, this didn't happen to you. You just had a dream, and the child knows it wasn't a dream. The people who have had these experiences know that the government is lying to them, and of course it means that they have no place to go although we're trying to supply that as best we can with our limited resources. Numbers of researchers and mental health professionals are turning around to this, but to help people as best they can. Enormous damage, and of course if they admit now after years of lying about it, as I said, I wouldn't want to be in the bond market when this happens. So they're really in a spot.
Right. All right. Let's take some phone calls. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Portland, Oregon.
Portland, Oregon. All right. Go ahead.
Well, I had a recent experience, and I was just wondering how familiar this is. Not too long ago, I had just gone to bed with my fiance, and it was quite late. It was about midnight, and I felt as though something had entered my room. Mm-hmm. And I opened my eyes, or tried to open my eyes, and my vision started to just kind of blur, and then my hearing went out, and I was completely paralyzed. Mm-hmm. And all I really do remember seeing is something kind of dark, and not too huge, but kind of large. Mm-hmm. And then I remember trying to yell or scream for my fiance, and all I remember being able to do is kind of mumble and groan a little bit. And then not too long after that, he was shaking me, as if he was trying to wake me up. Mm-hmm. And then after that had happened, I still couldn't move or hear or anything. And then there was like this loud wind in my ears. Mm-hmm. And then I was able to get up and scream and tell him to turn on the lights. And that's basically all I remember, except for that the next morning I woke up and had a bruise across my shoulder that hadn't been there before.
No. Well, this is something that should definitely be looked into, and we have some people in Portland. You're very fortunate to be in a city where there's a very sensitive investigator whose name I don't want to give over the air here. This is what I would suggest you do. If you write to me, this is the address for anyone who wants to describe an experience. Just write to me, care of IF, just the initials IF. It stands actually for Intruders Foundation, but just say IF.
Okay.
Box 30233.
Okay.
And that's New York, New York. And the zip is 10011.
Okay.
Now, if you write to me, and we will put you in touch with a very skilled and helpful and very, very warm person, an investigator in the Portland area who has had these experiences herself, and she has a support group and people who can be of help. But your experience should very definitely be looked into.
All right.
Well, I have another question. Does this usually happen because not too long before that I had kind of a sighting. I'm not too sure exactly what I had seen, but it was definitely something not usual or out of, kind of...
All right. Listen on the radio for us, please, ma'am. Is that typical sighting and experience?
It's not necessary. Many people have these experiences without remembering a sighting or without having had a recent sighting. According to the Roper survey, it would suggest that perhaps more people have had abduction experiences than have had UFO sightings. We used to think of the abduction as a kind of a bizarre, very minor aspect of the whole phenomenon, but now I think it's, of course, the central purpose, and UFOs are, as it were, the getaway car. And as I pointed out, we spent originally, before we accepted the idea of abductions, we spent many years trying to get the license plate number on the getaway car without having figured out what the crime was.
Right.
So UFO sightings are not necessary for someone to have had these experiences.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Good evening. This is Fritz from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Yes. Okay, Fritz. Go ahead.
Now to a very serious, sensitive subject about the alien. Way back in 1965, I learned about two alien federations on a cosmic doorstep. Now, the kind ones with a democratic, utopian, free will belief, and the not-so-kind ones with a socialistic, I'm your leader, you will follow me system. What I want to say is that for hundreds of years there has been a great conflict over who will connect with this solar system. Now, my question to Bud is, have you heard in your research running into this conflict about the two alien races out there who want to take over the Earth sooner or later?
All right, thanks, Fritz. Well, we've got the left and the right in this country. It's kind of a question about extragalactic politics.
I would say that what's been described here is essentially, with all due respect to Fritz, it sounds to me like the kind of projection that we get from people who want to put this in the duality of gods and devils, gods and demons, and so forth, that I was talking about earlier before. I haven't seen in the 18 years I've been doing this kind of research, I haven't seen any sign that we have different groups doing specifically different things. Now, we have different physical types described from time to time, but they very often are seen in the same ship doing the same kind of work with human beings that I've been describing.
Do you think that they are in contact with each other, aware of each other, or are we being simultaneously contacted or sporadically contacted by many different groups and different origins?
Very hard question to answer, Art. What I said, though, essentially is, as an example, in one California case, the woman reported small gray figures with huge heads and black eyes, and a tall figure that was more insect-like with huge eyes. People have made associations with the praying mantis look and so forth. And in that same ship was a relatively speaking normal human being, but they were all cooperating in these genetic experiments as I've been describing. So it would seem that we don't have different groups doing different things. I suspect that although we have no idea where the place of origin of these figures are or whatnot, there doesn't seem to be a different groups doing different projects.
Kind of a consortium, then.
Yeah, it would seem to be.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening.
Well, good evening. I can't believe I got through.
You have. Where are you calling from?
This is Bill in Albuquerque.
Yes, Bill.
And I wanted to ask Mr. Hopkins if he's the one that wrote Missing Time. I read that book, and I forgot it completely. Is he with the alien?
You mean you had a missing memory about a book, right?
Yeah,
Called
about
Missing
your
Time?
book. About your book. No, my question is brief. I want to know if you think that we have experimental aircraft that flies as fast as the speed of light.
All right. All right.
Mr. Bell's guess.
I would doubt that very seriously. I'm not a scientist, but I would doubt very seriously if we have anything that remotely approaches the speed of light. I think that there are undoubtedly aircraft under in the planning stages, advanced aircraft of one sort or another, and also there is evidence that has come up actually in Nevada and so forth that would suggest that perhaps there's been some reverse engineering of crashed UFOs,
right,
which would suggest attempt to try to get something to work. But the idea that we've got anything that can go near the speed of light, that if somebody had that, NASA would be out of business and somebody would be making gazillions of dollars at it and so on. So,
what about modes of travel, Bud? I've heard a lot of people talk about the bending of time and space and leap across that bend. Have you heard a lot about that?
There are lots of theories of that sort, and we really don't know what to make of it. I mean, I don't. As I say, I leave that kind of speculation to other people. I'd rather stay with the data and away from heavy speculation. It's fun to do, but we know that this is going on in the lives of many, many millions of people, actually. How they get here, how they travel, where they're coming from. I mean, the idea, for instance, that they are necessarily locked into a planetary system somewhere is not necessarily true. I mean, it's highly possible since we have had up in space a Skylab at one point, and space stations are going to be built by us within not too long a period, orbiting Skylabs, and one could imagine that an environment could have been constructed, and it could be movable through space, and so they might not be tied down to a planet. Who knows?
All right, good. Well, I think that's why you're so highly regarded. You don't, on a moment's notice or a second's notice, leap into the unknown.
We don't. Yes, we don't know.
Good. All right. Good evening. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Where are you calling from, please?
Lawrence Laboratories, Livermore, California.
Very good.
Well, I'd like to contribute by helping Budd Hopkins and your audience understand the nature and the origin of UFOs.
All right, sir. Are you on a speakerphone? And if you are, could you pick up the telephone?
Well, I can't do that because I'm in an unsecured area, and I don't want my fellow workers to know tonight.
That's just fine, then. Go ahead. We'll put up with it.
Just before Einstein passed away in the 50s, he was working on the time continuum theory and trying to explain it. UFOs are simply our descendant scientists from the future who are visiting us from all points in the future and studying mankind without interference.
And on what basis do you conclude that?
Well, Lawrence Laboratories in Berkeley is working on some of the projects.
Well, the idea of time traveling, of course, has been brought up many, many times as a theory, and I don't see that really changes anything, frankly.
I'm really taking a chance and even talking about that.
I understand, and you are giving us news. Can you give us some idea of what technologies you're talking about, please?
Well, the different crafts that you see are simply the different time machines, modes of travel machines that are from all different points in the future. They're simply scientists who are coming back with a policy of non-interference, studying the history of mankind. That's why they're taking DNA samples to the future to find out what has gone wrong with mankind in the future.
That's quite incredible, and
they're not extraterrestrials. They're from right here.
They're from right here.
That's why we see ships, as you call them, materialize and dematerialize, because they're simply going in and out of time.
The issues, the descriptions, of course, here of time traveling, I mean, it fits one of the modes of explanation of the UFO phenomenon that we've had for a long, long time, along with, ideas of interdimensionality and so forth. So what you're saying is a theory that's been around a long time. The news would be, if you can say officially, that this is some kind of government, that Lawrence Livermore Laboratories is working on something.
There is a point in the future where mankind learns to travel in time.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and it's less than 200 years.
Uh-huh. Well, the issue would be if some kind of statement could be made that would be official about this, that would be the big news.
Maybe this caller would like to comment on the paradox problem, since you seem familiar with what...
There is no paradox if there's non-interference.
All right, good enough. All right, I've got to run, caller.
Well, there is, of course, an amazing amount of interference. Lives are being interfered with daily. Suicides have resulted in this. In other words, the interference is extraordinary. So it isn't a question of let's say, deliberate interference in the sense that governments are being changed or altered or something, but lives are being altered on a vast scale. I don't feel it's possible to say there's been no interference.
But that was a remarkable call. Would you like that person to contact you privately?
Well, I would like to hear more. Yes, absolutely. And he could, that address could be given. I would like to talk to him about it. As I say, the theory has been around for a long, long time. The question is whether or not, there's some kind of, official statement, coming from, from a research scientist.
Absolutely. All right, Bud,
that's the news.
Yes, that might be big news. But hold on, we've got a couple of things to do. Let's get those done. And let me give Bud's address. Write simply to IF Box 30233, New York, 10011. Did you get that? IF Box 30233, New York, 10011. And we'll be back to Budd Hopkins in just a moment. I want you to know it.
Okay.
All right. Hello there. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Grants Pass, Oregon.
Yes, KOPE.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello there.
Hello there.
I find this absolutely fascinating.
Good.
Who am I speaking to?
This is Budd Hopkins.
Oh. Have you heard of the Sumerian story of how humans came to Earth?
You're talking about the ancient astronaut work, and this is Sitchin's work and so forth?
Yes, about the two brothers who came down from a 12th planet. Their father was the later, and his name was phonetically written as a star. One of the brothers had a staff with a snake on it.
Yeah, this is material you've gotten from Sitchin's books, is that right?
Some of them, yes, and some of the ancient writings of the Sumerians.
Right.
I find this absolutely fascinating, and I find it also plausible. Do you? Since they took the fertilized egg of a human being here on Earth and reimplanted it in the egg of the female astronaut, it seems to me so modern in its concept. Then they wouldn't have any idea that this was possible.
Right. All right. Well, thank you. We're way short on time. It's almost mythology.
Essentially, I just hesitate to ever speculate on ancient astronaut issues. There's so much going on. I've had two people call me not too long ago, in the past month. Two people call me after they had been returned from an abduction that had ended within about a minute or two from their phone call to me. And to worry about the Sumerians at this point in my life seems a long way away. I'll leave that to the historian.
All right, Bud, we're at the bottom of the hour. It's almost mythology, isn't it?
Yes, it really is.
All right, Budd Hopkins is my guest. This is Dreamland on a Sunday night. I'm Art Bell. If you'd like to join us, pick up a telephone. I know it's very busy, but keep trying. You will get through. You're listening to the CBC Network.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295. in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
And Budd Hopkins, good evening, everybody. An unusual opportunity for you to talk to what I think most of us consider to be our nation's premier UFO investigator, Budd Hopkins. Budd, are you still there?
I certainly am, and I'd like to make a comment here. Your point was the man was on a speakerphone a minute ago on the Lawrence Livermore call?
Well, when I first heard him, I thought it was a speakerphone, and it may have been, and it also sounded like a portable because I heard it kind of wishing around a little bit.
I see. What did he say it was?
What do you mean?
I forgot what he said, what kind of phone it was. I'm a little suspicious of the call, frankly.
Yeah, I'm glad you had a chance to think about it. You thought it was perhaps not real at all.
People don't tend to call and say I'm calling from Lawrence Livermore Laboratories, to tell you the truth.
It's true.
If someone is from a very highly secure area, making a phone call and having his voice go out and so forth, with apparently sensitive material, it's not the sort of thing that you announce on them.
It is true. We're talking careers here.
Yes, exactly. It's much more likely to say I'm a truck driver who stopped at a truck stop here, but I have this information.
Yeah.
This is what I have heard or something. Anyway, we can move on, but I just wanted to say for the audience, I may be doing this gentleman an injustice, but I'm not so sure about it.
Let's see what you get in the mail.
Okay.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening.
Hi, I'd like to...
All right, hold on, sir. Don't do anything yet. Turn off your radio first. That's number one.
Okay.
All right, now tell us where you're calling from.
All right, my name is Eric, and I'm calling from Eugene, Oregon.
Eugene, Oregon. All right, go ahead.
And I'm calling to find out, are you familiar with Al Bielek and his time travel experiments?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And how likely are they right now? How likely do you think they are?
All right, thank you. That's a question about the credibility of Al Bielek.
Yes. Well, that's a hard question for me to answer because I'm not as familiar with it as I should be. I'm aware of it. I know that he has devoted a lot of time to writing about it, lecturing about it, and I would prefer to just let this one kind of dangle. I don't like to step out and pontificate in areas that I'm not as sure as my knowledge and information as I should be.
All right, well, let
this one go.
All right, let's go away from Al Bielek, though, and let me ask you about the Philadelphia experiment. Did something, in your view, Budd, happen?
My general sense is that no, it did not happen in the way it was originally reported. Now, of course, Mr. Moore, who wrote the book about the Philadelphia experiment with Berlitz, I believe, together, has since felt that the evidence is not really compelling that such an event took place. That was a long time ago, and obviously every single one of these issues, such as that amazing event, the disappearance and reconstitution of a ship and so forth, if something like that were feasible, I think we would have used this in one way or another, militarily or commercially, whatnot. One of the problems, of course, with all of these ideas of which verge on conspiracy theory about super duper government military gear or material that could have military usage, is that people forget we went through a war in the Gulf War recently, and of course we had no real special equipment in that war that gave us the ending we would have liked to have had. If we had some really incredible equipment, I think right now, as I've always said, Saddam Hussein would be sitting in a jail cell right now next to Noriega, and we would still have Bush as president. We would still have the head of the CIA as the head of CIA. The Joint Chiefs of Staff would still be in place, and so on. None of that happened.
All right. Well, that's a really good point. What about the other major event in fairly distant history? The one in New Mexico that Representative Schiff is now going to cause the GAO to apparently investigate.
Well, that's a very different issue because that has to do with alien technology, not military technology, such as the Philadelphia experiment would indicate. This is an alien event. I have absolute now, after many years of studying the evidence and noticing more evidence as it's accumulated, some very good research. Don Schmidt's been doing wonderful research on that, so is Stan Friedman, a number of people. I think that I definitely feel that something crashed, a UFO crashed, or two, perhaps. There was a speculation that two collided. Bodies were recovered, material was recovered, and I have no doubt about that at this point.
All right. Very good. And on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening.
Hi, Art. This is Brandy in Bakersfield.
Brandy in Bakersfield. Hi, Brandy.
Hi. I was disappointed because baseball preempted this show, so I've only been listening since 8:30.
Oh, well, we're sorry about that.
Oh, I mean, it's not your fault. It's the people at KZR. But anyway, I wanted to say it's a pleasure to speak with you, Bud. I just wanted to ask you, since you've researched this for many years, do you think that demonology plays any type of role in these abductions? And also, is there any way that Whitley Strieber could also come on the show?
All right.
I'll take it off the air. Thanks, Art.
All right, thank you. And, of course, there is, I'll answer the second question, demonology. I'm sure you get that one a lot, Bud.
Yeah. Well, again, as I've tried to explain, we have a basic need to kind of shove the whole alien phenomenon, abduction phenomenon, UFO phenomenon, into the idea of gods or devils. And I do not connect this with any kind of theological beings, demons, just as I don't connect it with theological beings, angels. I think that this is a very distinct phenomenon. Now, I'm not going to say that I don't believe that there are necessarily gods and devils in the real world. I don't want to get into a theological hassle here. We'll get a million calls from people consigning me to hell for my opinion, so I will stay away from that. But I definitely feel that this is its own business. It is not connected with demons. There are very, very possible mistaking identity situations where people feel the child is possessed of a devil or whatnot who is having abduction experiences, and it might be kind of hard for some people to tell. I had a case where a woman here in New York, her parents were rather not very well educated, first generation Italian family, and they used to bring in the priest every now and then with holy water to bless the apartment because these strange little men with big black eyes were coming through the walls.
Oh, boy.
And what else to do? They must be demons. So there is some confusion here, but I think it is a separate phenomenon.
Well, let me turn the question around. Is that one of the main reasons that we're not told about all this because of the reaction in religious circles?
Well, I mean, that is certainly possible. It creates a lot of problems for religious people, but it is not necessarily an insoluble problem. We have to remember, because, and I should mention that I have worked with a number of born-again Christians who are also abductees, and there was a problem for them of reconciling what was happening to them to their abduction experiences.
Sure.
And as I pointed out, many years ago, it was believed back in the time of Galileo that if the idea was accepted that we were not the center of the universe, that we were simply in a planet going around the sun amongst many other suns, then that would mean the end of religion. Because it was against the Bible, it was this, that, and the other thing. And that was what the theologians of the time believed. And, of course, now virtually everybody understands that we are just a planet going in a particular solar system. But that has not damaged religion. Theologians managed to make sense of this and harmonize this new information with the Bible. And Christianity has not suffered as a result. And I think the same thing can happen with this.
All right, good. Well, I want to get off course here. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Spokane, Washington.
Spokane, Washington. All right.
Mr. Hopkins.
Yes, sir.
Yes. How many of these abduction cases were preceded by a red light, a ball of red light coming to the wall first, like a probe?
Well, many, many people who have had abduction experiences at one point or another have noticed unusual lights or balls of light in the room with them, coming through the wall, coming down the hall, whatnot. Often people describe these lights as acting as if they're intelligent, as if they're looking at you. Now, I'm curious about, since you raised the question, that you must have had an experience along these lines.
Yes, sir. Much like the young lady related about 15 minutes ago where she was paralyzed.
Yeah, well, that's a classic account. Yeah. What was your experience, sir?
Well, I woke up. I called before and talked to Linda Howe about this, and also Mr. Bell. But I woke up to a droning, whirring noise in the room, just whirring, a mechanical droning. That woke me up. And I looked up and he had a gigantic crucifix on the wall. and the ball of light came out the crucifix, and it just pulsated there, about the size of a baseball. And then it tracked the ceiling, went over the ceiling, went down her side of the room, and I tried to wake her up. And my girlfriend's really light sleeper. I said, wake up, please wake up, look at this. And she wouldn't wake up. And when it got on her back, it pulsated for 30 minutes on her back, and she was sleeping on her stomach. It then proceeded off her back onto my chest. Now, once it got on my chest, I couldn't scream out no more. I couldn't move. I started sweating because I was fighting it. I was trying to sit up in bed, but I could not move. All my eyeballs could do was go round and round. Next day, I passed out or went to sleep. I woke up about an hour and a half later, and the ball of light was leaving my chest, going off my body to the floor, back on the crucifix where it just pulsated for about a minute. And it just went into the crucifix and out the wall. And it took me about a half an hour to recover before I could get up. Now, but I was going to ask you, have you ever had anybody, do a study? My last name is Simon. And have you ever had anybody do a study to see how many people with religious last names, are being tracked and like Abraham?
I honestly, Mr. Simon, I don't think there's any reason to think that any particular person is being singled out for this because of their religious beliefs, their last name, or anything of that sort. I mean, this is a worldwide phenomenon. We're getting this in areas where there are no Christians to speak of. For instance, these things are occurring in China, in the Orient, in the backwaters of Africa and South America and so forth, with people with very, very definitely non-Christian beliefs. This is not something that is limited to people with a particular religious background. I think that's a coincidence in your case, sir, but what you described, though, certainly seems like something that should be looked into. So, again, if you'd like to write, I can put you in touch with somebody perhaps near you.
Boy, the MO is beginning to sound familiar now, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, Art, let me tell you that when we did the Roper survey, one of the questions we asked was, have you ever, and these were not beliefs, these were, have you had these experiences? One of the questions they asked was, have you ever seen unusual lights or balls of light in a room with you, which neither you nor anyone else could explain? And actually, 8% of the American people said yes to that, which is extraordinary.
That is extraordinary.
So even if you say that's 4 times too many, say, but to cut it down mistakes or, people misread things, you're still dealing with a very high percentage. And even if it's, as we found with the Roper survey, using 5 basic indicator questions, one of which dealt with the paralysis, just as both of these people have explained, have described it very eloquently, periods of missing time where they have no idea where they were, how it happened, or why it happened, and so on. With these 5 questions, we came out with 2% of the American people said yes to 4 out of 5 of these questions, which would indicate if they are abductees, and it's certainly likely, we're dealing with, say, perhaps 5 million Americans who have been through this.
That's a lot of occurrences, but hold on just a moment. We'll come right back to you. Fire back to the telephones, and on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Where are you calling from?
San Jose, California.
San Jose, good.
Hi, Art. Hello, Bud. This is Tim from San Jose.
Well, Tim, how are you?
I'm fine. How have you been?
Very well.
I just wanted to share something with you. Yesterday morning, my daughter and her mom had an experience. They had a visitation. Her mom woke up with an extremely sore throat, nauseous, nasals were stinging, disoriented. She had a blue fluid coming from her nose, one nostril.
Oh, boy.
She threw up, and she called me. I was curious if you'd heard of any sort of blue fluid with other cases like that.
Well, that's coming from her nostril. Was there any way of saving any fluid?
She wasn't thinking of that at the time.
Yeah. We have a lot of different strange fluids from various bodily orifices which have created stains, and we have saved the material. It's very hard to analyze some of this stuff if you don't have much of it, and if it's very embedded in fabric, it's quite expensive to do it. But things like that have been reported more often, actually, kind of a brown fluid.
Yeah.
How about your daughter?
She seemed to be okay. We took her to an emergency pediatrician just to make sure. I tried to share this phenomenon with him. I showed him the pamphlet that you and the Bigelow Foundation wrote, Unusual Personal Experiences, I think it is. He wasn't receptive at all. He laughed about it, shrugged it off, and didn't even want to take the pamphlet.
Did she report anything specifically happening, or her recollections, the daughter?
No, she had no recollection of the event.
But was anything physical?
Not to her, but to her mother, yeah.
More to her mother than to her, yeah. Well, let's hope she wasn't taken.
No.
But, well, thanks very much, Tim. I'm, sorry this happened. These have been extremely difficult situations to handle for a family, but I think you're doing a fine job.
Would you recommend somebody like that, Bud, investigate further, contact somebody, find out if, in fact, the child or the mother or both were taken?
Well, I certainly would. The mother has worked with a psychologist in the area who's very, very helpful, has done a very good job, and since I know Tim, there are various people in the area, including another pediatrician and others who could be helpful. We do have quite a group. This is generally in the San Francisco area. We have some very good people out there. Tim has got some support, which is very helpful to him. And
but is there any geographic area that is visited more frequently, apparently, or is it just simply completely random?
It's very, very hard to tell because obviously what you hear about is only what the press or letter writers or whatever are willing to present. And of course, if it's a very conservative community where this is frowned upon, you're not going to get people talking about it as openly. For instance, in New York City, I have people reporting these experiences who are, let's say, white middle-class people, etc. I have quite a few African-American background people and Hispanics, but very few Orientals. And it isn't that I think this isn't happening to Oriental people, but I think that in such numbers, I think that there's a reticence, perhaps as a societal norm in that particular group to talk about this sort of thing.
Some sort of cultural bias.
Exactly. So if you go to, for instance, the Bible Belt town in the South, there might be a lot going on, but it might be attributed to demons, or it might be something that people feel hesitant to talk about it, and so you simply would think, well, we have a big blank in this area, we're not getting any reports, and yet that might not be the case.
No, that's a good point. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Art. Fascinating show this evening, because I'm curious, going back to when you were talking about a lot of this happens to children when they're younger, have you ever discovered that this was either a cover-up for child abuse, or that child abusers have used this guise or for UFO abductions?
All right, or Bud, the other way around.
Well, that's a very interesting point, and I'm glad you brought that up, because this has been let's say the explanation du jour of many groups of skeptics on the subject. That the essential point is people they believe are being sexually abused and are somehow blanking out that memory and substituting for it a fantasy where they bring in aliens, which is an issue they can handle better than the fact that it was old Uncle Sid or Aunt Martha or whoever who did the abusing. And of course, if that were the case, we would expect to find amongst abductees a very low level of people reporting sexual abuse. And in fact, from the work that was done by Dr. Kenneth Ring and other people with abductees, we get just as high a percentage of abductees reporting sexual abuse by normal humans in the bad old way as we get with people who have not had abductions. So there's no sense that then these people are, as a group, are substituting abduction experiences. Since they're remembering the child abuse too. What's more, and I'll give you a very quick and very sad story, I have a number of cases like this. In this case, told me by the mother, her little boy, and this is rather graphic, and I'm sorry about this, but her little boy at the age of, I think he was 5 or 4, she was divorced. He was having, the husband had visiting rights, and the little boy would stay with him on the weekends. And the mother said, who was a registered nurse, she found her little boy in his bedroom with a screwdriver, which he was trying to insert in his rectum.
Oh, my God.
And he told her, when she was, of course, horrified, he said, that's what the man does. He uses a tool or something like this. Well, at any rate, she naturally assumed sexual abuse on the part of her husband. who vehemently denied it, but she went to court and got a court order barring her husband permanently any visiting rights whatsoever with the child. And the husband moved away, and of course, within a couple of months, the child was again talking, and he had some damage to the tissues, rectal tissues. He said the men had come in again, and they had big black eyes, and they were he was frightened, and they had used some instrument there, and plus a whole other range of things he was describing.
I wonder how many times Uncle Sid is in jail because of an abduction.
Well, I can assure you that it must have happened, because I have many cases where, a number of cases, one in which a woman had thought that she had been raped by her father at the age of 12. And that she had harbored these feelings all her life, never accused him. He never really changed his behavior. But the description of the rape scene, which I can't even go into, it's very, very odd. There's nothing about it that sounds like a rape, but her father was present, and as we explored the experience, it seems that it was an abduction of the two of them. And at one point, he was in the ship without clothes, as she was in the ship without clothes.
Boy.
And things are being done to the two of them. So it was interpreted as a rape. But I can assure you that just even the questioning from what she remembered consciously had nothing about it that suggested violence. She remembered that she was lying down, that she was unable to move, that she had no clothes on whatsoever. There was no sense of any violence or struggle. She felt that something was inserted into her body. There was no sense of another figure, of another body in relation to hers, etc. That her father was standing off to one side, unmoving.
Nevertheless, but it isn't really a defense you'd use anyway, is it? It wasn't me, it was the grave.
No, it wouldn't hold any water, and I really do feel... Now, see, there may be some cases. I would not ever say that there aren't any cases where what the gentleman suggested might not have happened, where somebody could have invented some sort of story. Lord knows the mind is very fertile when it comes to trying to cover up trauma and rationalize.
It is. It reaches out and tries to explain. Bud, we're at the top of the hour, so relax for about 5 minutes. We'll do one more hour.
Okay.
Budd Hopkins is my guest. Fascinating night. We'll be back with more in about 5.
A lot of the abduction accounts talk about implants, and it's like in the nose, nasal area. My question is, why don't we see these devices? And it would seem to me that if someone felt they had an implant in their nasal area, that they'd go and get some type of scan, like an MRI or a PET scan.
Right.
It seemed like it'd be really easy to detect something like that with the technology that we have today.
All right, well, that is a good question.
Very good question.
And have we detected any, Bud?
Yeah. Now, this is a complicated subject I'm getting much more interested in as time goes on. There have been, I know now personally of 2 cases where an X-ray indicated the presence of a strange object. And before the X-ray, before anybody could do anything about the situation, in one case the X-ray was not in the possession of the person with the implant until a week after it was taken. That person was re-abducted, found herself bleeding from the nostril when she woke up in the morning, and evidently our little friends in the sky had come back and removed it. As if when the X-ray was taken, some alarm bell goes off, so to speak, and they come and take it. The second case happened to be a woman in whose child, it was actually the child involved, was about a 5-year-old girl who had been having abduction experiences, and she had an accident completely unconnected with UFOs. She fell off her bicycle or some such thing, and they thought she had fractured her skull, and she was taken to the hospital, whereupon the doctors, this again in Italy, discovered a strange object. By the time she was taken back to the army base where her father was stationed in Germany, and she was re-X-rayed, again, the object was no longer there. Now, I have those X-rays in my possession, and they, beyond any doubt, show foreign objects of metallic origin. These have been looked at by Dr. Paul Cooper, who's a neurosurgeon, who is a friend of mine who looks at such things for me. I have recently received a case from of again a woman, an abductee, who in another accident thought she had fractured a skull, and the radiological report describes a metallic object in the parasagittal area of the brain. I know through the investigator Barbara Bartolek, who's done some very fine work on this. I have other images of, actually it's a videotape of the X-ray and MRI showing a foreign object in the medulla, and another one which shows an odd object with a very clear-cut symmetrical shape in the hip bone. And the man had been abducted, had terrible pain in his hip, and even the scar right opposite where this object seemed to be. I don't know what Barbara Bartolek is doing with those cases, but the point is the ones that are in the head are in places where it would be extremely dangerous to try to retrieve them. There have been some objects that have been recovered from the nostril, and two from the underside of different men's penises, of all things. These objects are not radio-opaque, do not have any kind of heavy metallic makeup. There are a lot of more organic elements, carbon, silicon, and so forth.
I believe, I don't know on what program, but I saw somebody actually holding one, Bud, which appeared to be triangular in shape and kind of crystalline.
Yeah, that's the glass-like object. We don't know much about, I've held that in my hand, too.
Oh, you have?
Actually, I've held several of these things. However, this is the big problem. The objects that have been recovered so far, unlike these metallic objects we have not recovered, are made of enough familiar elements, especially, as I said, silicon, carbon, and so forth, that no scientist is going to say there's no way that this object couldn't have originated on Earth. It might be a bit of a problem to imagine how an object lodges on the underside of under the skin on the underside of a man's penis. But nevertheless, it's possible to imagine an alien implant which is made of fairly neutral materials, but which is charged in such a way that it does what they need it to do. We really have no way of knowing what these objects do, why they're there, and I always use the example to show how complicated it would be to guess alien motivations.
All right, well, what about this, Bud? In the case of the ones you talked about where they have it in a portion of the brain, is anybody talking to these people about signing a release for when they die?
That's what I would like to do. That's what we have to do. The idea of autopsies, that's something we have to go into. Now, it's very possible that these objects somehow can be removed by the aliens without leaving scars or marks. Obviously, their technology, if they can move a person through a closed surface, presumably they can move a metallic implant through the skull without leaving a hole. How that happens, we have no way of knowing. It sounds totally off the wall, and yet the evidence would suggest that's the case. At the same time, that sometimes when these things are put in the nostril or the ear, there is bleeding.
But are we kind of like the caveman tinkering with the Sony?
We might be. But I use the example that if you imagine a very primitive Stone Age tribe in the jungles of New Guinea or something like that coming across the body of a dead anthropologist and finding a pacemaker in that man's body, they would not have the slightest idea as to the function of that object.
Exactly so. All right. Well, let's keep moving. A lot of phone calls. And on the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Where are you calling from, please?
Reno, Nevada.
Reno, Nevada. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Am I on the air?
Yeah, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Bud, this kind of goes with the last caller. I was wondering if there were any other symptoms that identify abduction victims. And can I just kind of run down a list?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, unexplained fast-healing injuries. Number two, constant bloody noses. Number three, blackouts, or what I would call unexplained timeouts.
Yeah, well, that's more to the point, yeah.
Okay, well, I got a whole list here, though, and there's only about three more. High intelligence in the victims or unsubstantiated strength. Substance abuse in people that may have been past abduction victims.
All right, caller, thank you.
Well,
is there any...
The list is, a lot of the things you said are very important. Now, the issue of unsubstantiated intelligence, we have to also know, I've got a case of a man who was abducted who was rather severely retarded. I also have cases, it's one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard of. two people who were comatose in a hospital who had been in a comatose state for a long time. Evidently, after a UFO visit to the hospital, showed puncture marks in the abdomen of the woman and an incision on the underside of the penis of the man. And these are people who hadn't been conscious for months. So it's hard to know. Now, also the substance abuse issue does come up because these are very psychologically undermining experiences. One is thrown into self-doubt from the beginning. Am I crazy? What's going on here? This can't be real, et cetera, et cetera. And this can lead to that sort of problem. So much of what you said is accurate.
So is there any...
for bringing this up.
Right. Is there any particular profile of abductees? Are they brighter? Are they lower on the scale of intelligence?
It's totally across the board. And the demographics, when we did the Roper survey of people who had answered yes to 4 out of 5 of our indicator questions, we thought were possible abductees, just fell across all ethnic, racial, gender, socioeconomic, educational levels, and so forth. There was no consistency.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Yes, I'm calling from Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, yes.
Bud? Mm-hmm. Yes, hi, Bud. Listen, I've been trying to discuss this situation for a long time, and I tried calling that number out in Arizona, and they would never return my call. Here's what happened. The night that all of the lights went out on the East Coast, I think it was like 65 or 66. Well, that afternoon, while I was with my parent, my mother, we were driving in West Covina, California, and I would say I saw flying saucer. This thing was about, I'd say it was between 7,000 and 8,000 feet. I was amazed at the time because I was a young fellow, about 15. I saw 3 or 4 jet planes following it, and I noticed that they fired what I thought was a missile, and the thing exploded. And it was headed eastbound. This would have been toward the Pomona area. And that night, as I say, all of the lights went out on the East Coast. The lights also went out in the San Gabriel Valley of California around 8:30 that night.
Well, now you said you reported this to a number in Arizona. I'm not sure what number. There are lots of numbers that come and go here.
Yes.
What I would appreciate if you could write to us at the address that we've given, and we have somebody get in touch with you, get some more information.
Yes, I'd be happy to.
And I thank you very much.
All right, thank you, caller. But what about effects of UFOs, electromagnetic effects on radios, television, automobiles? Any sense to any of that?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It goes with the territory. We again don't know whether this is deliberate, whether they can sort of zap someone's car, or whether it's a side effect of whatever propulsion system they're using, whatever that is. But just to tell you a really fascinating recent situation, Dr. David Jacobs was working with a woman who was quite petrified. She thought something was going to happen to her that night. She called him. Her husband was away. The 2 children were asleep. Anyway, to make a long story short, he got her to set up a video camera in the bedroom, which she had used on other occasions, trained on the bed. And she went to sleep. There was enough light, and it was set at half speed, so it would run for 8 hours.
Right.
She went to sleep with the children in the bed. When she woke up in the morning, there was she'd been asleep about 8 hours, and there was still 25% of the tape unexposed. And it was still running. When she turned the tape on, it showed the image of her waking up, which she did not remember, getting out of bed and carrying each of the children away from the bedroom. So the bed was empty.
Oh my!
And the very next shot, she was back in bed with the 2 children, but it did not show her walking from the camera back to the bed.
That gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Now, that means that camera had stopped, whether it was shut off at the source or whether the power was interrupted, and it was off for the time that the abduction evidently took place. And so when she was placed back in bed, this is all speculation, but when she was placed back in bed with the children and the UFO left and the power resumed, the camera just started going again. But here you have an impossibility. There was no way that the film could have stopped and started this way without somebody doing it or some interruption to the power supply.
All right,
otherwise, you would have filmed yourself getting in bed.
All right, I've got one other question in this area, and I'll get to it as soon as we come back. Take a brief break. Budd Hopkins is my guest, and we'll be right back. The hard one to test is right. All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening.
Hello. I'm pleased to finally get through.
Where are you, sir?
I'm calling from the Reno area.
Reno, okay. KOH, no doubt.
Yes, absolutely. But I have a little description of an incident I had while flying in an airplane myself as pilot. I'm a private pilot. I was eastbound out of Sacramento, California, heading towards Placerville. Just a little south of Mather Air Force Base, which was an active base. It's about 10 years ago. I don't remember the exact date. I remember it as springtime. And off in the distance, about my 11 o'clock range or field of view, I saw a very bright light. My first interpretation was it was probably a B-52 out there with his landing light on approach to Mather. So I just studied it, watched it, and kept a note of it because he was out there in the direction I was flying. And all of a sudden, this light proceeded north at an extremely high rate of speed. And I mean extremely, it went almost out of sight within, say, 2 seconds. That's fast. And the funny part about it, if that was an aircraft of any type, a vehicle that, navigates through the air and had a headlight on the front of it or a landing light on the front of it, if he turned away from me, the light would disappear. Exactly, yeah. And this light did not. It grew dim as it proceeded into the distance. And I just kind of logged that myself in my own mind to say, well, I wonder if I'm going to see something like that ever again, which I never did. And I have heard of similar reports, but that's the only one I ever had.
Well, that's a good one, and I'd appreciate it if you wrote in so we could get some of the data down, and there are people who collect these reports. Incidentally, I don't want to unduly alarm you, but I have dealt with 3 different pilots, private pilots, who had UFO sightings and who had, while they were flying, and actually 2 of them were daytime, 1 at night, and they had missing time experiences in the air. They were in the air longer than they had fuel for.
Happily that's not happened to me yet.
All right.
I know, that's why I said I didn't want to alarm you. You just got to look at one. The one you saw was just going by, but I mean, literally, this seems to have happened.
Within the time period of that experience or sometime later?
No, while they were in the air.
All right, and I want to interject here, if I might. Caller question, you remember Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that magic moment where the controller said, do you want to report a UFO?
Yes.
Did you?
I didn't see that movie.
Did you?
But you reminded me. I asked approach control if they saw something on the radar that proceeded north at a high rate of speed. And they reported negative. And I have another question for you, Bud.
Sure, very quickly.
Do you recall back in the 50s and into the 60s, there was, the Air Force had an operation called Operation Blue Book. It was supposedly the big government collection of data on UFOs.
Yeah, it was called Project Blue, and it was very little, actually. It was billed as big, but it was little. But go ahead.
Well, was that ever declassified? Have you ever had access to the
Oh, yeah, the material was declassified, but what's happened is that some other reports that we have found out about or were declassified separately, material was released about some very good sightings. We found out they were not in Project Blue Book.
Really?
And so the suggestion was that the really best cases were not put there. So it's a very ambiguous story. It's complicated.
Yes, I have a little anecdotal information on that.
Very quickly,
okay, I have a friend who was in Germany in the Air Force subsequent to that, who was highly classified. I mean, he was working in highly classified projects. Ran across an officer who was in that Operation Blue Book. Asked, say, hey, what about this? You know, we're down here in the vault. Tell me about it. He says, I do not want to discuss it, and that is the end of that.
All right, well, that has to be the end of that, too. Thank you very much, caller. And, Bud, we're going to have to take a break here at the bottom of the hour. Do you have any quick comments on what he said?
No, we'll be when we come back.
All right, very good. We'll do that indeed at that time. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network. Want to remind everybody, for copies of this program, you can call at any time, 24 hours a day, area code 503-664-7966. 503-664-7966.
Thank you.
Where are you?
I'm in Gig Harbor.
Gig Harbor, Washington, all right?
Yeah, KBI.
Yes, go right ahead.
A very weird time loss, and I think the whole town experienced the same thing, Art.
The whole town?
Tell us about it.
Okay. I was leaving. I live on the Olympic Peninsula, Gig Harbor. I was going to my summer home up by Canada at Twin Lakes in Colville.
Mm-hmm.
And in a town called Ephrata, which is across the Columbia River, I hit a stoplight, and I was stopped there. I was the first car in line.
Mm-hmm.
There were no cars behind me.
Mm-hmm.
A very odd thing, it was about 110 degrees out, the middle of the summer, very hot area.
Mm-hmm.
Someone in a full jumpsuit, kind of a bright orange jumpsuit, was crossing the road.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, the whole thing was very unusual.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I had what I felt was a time lapse, a blank out.
Mm-hmm.
When I came back to, there were about 30 cars behind me. No one was honking any horns. Everyone seemed to witness the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the person was gone. The light was green. No one was upset. Everyone seemed very content.
Mm-hmm.
And I found it highly unusual.
Well, absolutely. Were there cars on the opposite side coming towards you stopped, too?
There were no cars on the other side at all.
But 30 on your side, which is...
Yeah, it was like a city block backed up behind me. But
and nothing coming towards you.
Pardon?
And nothing coming towards you. That's very odd.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, tell me about the man in the orange jumpsuit. How did he move, and did he look normal and so forth? What did you...
He was walking apparently like a normal human being.
Uh-huh.
And I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like this. I have no explanation for what happened.
Well, I would like to hear from you about that, sir. If you could write to me at the address that I'm sure Art will give again, I would like to follow up on this because we have cases like this which involve quite a few cars. These experiences, many people in a cliche way think that this is just something that happens to one person at a time, but I have cases which involve conceivably hundreds of people at once. And certainly in abduction cases where I've investigated and where the same experience happened to everybody, 7 people at once and so forth. But your situation, I think, should be looked into. Do you have any idea of how much time elapsed?
See, that's the whole thing is I'm really not certain because well, things like this happen out of the blue.
Yeah. Did you ever dream about this afterwards?
No, I really didn't. I told my wife about it. I told people about it, and everybody kind of said, well, you know, you probably just kind of heat exhaustion or something like that. But
well, you send me a letter and with your name, address, and maybe I could give you a phone call back because it's something I'd like to follow up.
All right, good.
Thank you very much.
Please do that, caller. And, Bud, there are a lot of plane crashes, not a lot, but a significant number, and, of course, car crashes. And I guess I want to ask, could some of them be the result of some sort of time loss and improper recovery?
Well, things like that could happen. You know, I obviously the after effects of these experiences are unfortunate, not just in psychologically. That I hate to suggest even more possible problems to people, but things have happened. I did look into an automobile accident once that seems to actually a couple of them that seem to have had causes related to this where it would seem nothing was done deliberately, but in one case it seems the car was stopped and the people were switched off or taken, and then the car was started up before the people were fully conscious and an accident occurred.
Oh, boy. All right, on the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening.
Good evening.
Turn off your radio, please.
You bet. Right now.
All right, and tell us where you're calling from.
Good evening. Hello.
Yes, hello. Tell us where you're calling from, sir.
Sacramento, but they won't publish or they won't broadcast your stations. I got 780 in San Francisco. It's not very clear.
All right.
Two questions. Question to Budd Hopkins. I wrote him a letter a couple of years ago about a crash of a UFO in Jacksonville under the Naval Air Station, 1964. And he had so many letters coming in that he sent me a foreign letter back. And I tried to give him as many details as I could. They found 3 bodies in this about, this craft was about 25 feet diameter. The people were about 36 inches high. That's about it.
And were you involved in this personally, or is it?
No, I was stopped on the highway. They had all kinds of police, fire, everybody, the Navy, and I went to the Naval Base next day. I was interviewing the people there, and
Now, are you certain you wrote to me rather than to some other organization?
Yeah, but I wrote to you.
You did? Okay.
Well, I wrote to Stan Friedman, too.
Yeah, well, I'll have to look into it in my files. Would you ever send me a postcard with your name and address and explain it so I can then look up your letter?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, do that, caller. Send him.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry. I hope that I, didn't just drop this one. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Is it hard to handle the amount of mail that you get, Bud?
Oh, it's extraordinary, and I'm still getting. I figure, even though the books have been out for quite a while, Intruders Missing Time, I'm still getting probably 2 new cases, potential cases a day.
Oh, brother.
And some of these people are calling in tears and terrified, and I have some people working with me and some volunteers, and I've gotten some funding and so forth. But our organization, that's one of the things with Intruders Foundation, we have a newsletter, and we're just about to do another one. We're way behind on getting it out. It's 22 pages. I believe that's it. And we're going to be dealing with children's experiences and how to handle the problem with your little child is reporting these experiences. But at any rate, if people subscribe, it's $25 a year and join and that entitles you to 4 of the newsletters plus special reports from time to time and the knowledge that you're helping to support a referral service, which is national.
All right, and I presume they could get that through the same address, is that correct?
Yes, exactly, that same address.
All right.
If they ask for information, we'll send them material.
All right, and that address is IF, Box 30233, New York, New York, zip code 10011. That's IF, Box 30233, New York, New York, 10011. Do I have it correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right, good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening.
Yes, this is Brian from Seattle.
Yes, Brian.
And this is going to sound crazy, but of course everything you're talking about to, someone who's not really, Anyway,
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah. I haven't been listening for about 10 minutes, so I don't know what you've been talking about, but about the abductions and the implants?
Yes.
Okay, now... And of course, we enter into these discussions. You have levels of credibility and proof that really work along a mathematical scale. Like the more you can really prove, the less you really find out. So I would, as a preliminary statement, you might want to listen more to the uncredible or the people you might be able to really discredit their information because they smoke and they drink and that kind of thing. Anyway, I have this thing in my nose. And it's like, I always wondered what it was, and I've got these things in my ears, too. But they're really small, and they seem organic, and I didn't know what it was, maybe like some kind of a calcium deposit or something. But I don't know. And, for me, it's not a scary thing, because it's kind of me, in a way.
Well, have you had them, how do you know they're there?
Well, I can feel them.
Yeah.
Just very slightly, but I know they're there. See, here's the thing. You're talking about credibility. You're saying I'm going to have them checked out and all this kind of stuff. And here's the very thing you were saying about, well, gee, now that the X-ray showed it up, then they came and took it back or something.
Caller, do you have any reason to believe they're not calcium deposits?
Well, no. However,
my feeling is if you're really concerned about it, curious about it, I'd really have it looked at by an EMT man. That's what you really need to do.
What?
And he can tell you whether it's strange or whether it's an explanation. And
in other words, caller, go to the doctor.
No, you could have a guy help you out a lot with this, and you could help us
too. So.
I get it. Okay, all right. Well, nice talking to you, and you have a happy Easter. Okay,
all right,
you too. Thank you.
Interesting. He calls you as though you are going to declare they are suddenly alien objects, and I guess people have to go out and find out for themselves. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening.
Yes, Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Bell, I think most reported cases of abduction by aliens are not true, but there are some authentic cases, and these are examples of a government program of mind control in which people are given an hypnotic suggestion that they have been kidnapped by aliens. So if the listeners want the truth about this, they should get a copy of Martin Cannon's book, The Controllers, from a mail order service called Prevailing Winds Research in Santa Barbara.
All right. Well, thank you.
I know about Martin Cannon's theories, and I think that the government does a lot of nasty things. Perhaps some branches have done some nasty things, but it has nothing to do with explaining abduction accounts, because if this was the case, it would have had to have started practically under Grover Cleveland or something like that in terms of the president.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, where are you, sir?
This is another Art from Edmonds, Washington.
Edmonds, Washington. All right. Good, Art.
As I listen to your program, I'm also sitting here reading the April issue of Hominy magazine. And the lion's share of this magazine covers the same topic that you're talking about. I just wondered if Bob would know some of the people they mentioned. One of them is a Bob Lazar, Lazar.
Right.
Who is a propulsion system engineer who claims to have been hired to examine one of the discs that they had found, and he claims that it is propelled by gravity waves.
Yes, all right. Listen on the air. Bud, not Bob, but Bud, are you familiar with the Lazar story?
Oh, yes,
sure you are. Yeah.
And George Knapp is the investigator who's done the most careful work in relation to the Lazar case, and it's an ambiguous case, but there seems to be some solid evidence for his claims. It's an extremely difficult topic to go into at any depth, and since it's outside my area of expertise, really, I think that George Knapp would be the man to talk to about that.
All right, and we do speak with him frequently. Stand by, Bud. Stand by just 1 second. We'll be right back to you. All right, back to Budd Hopkins. Are you there, Bud?
I certainly am.
All right, time is short. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Hi, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Richland, Washington.
Richland, yes, ma'am.
My name is Gail. I'm curious to know what Bud's opinion is on speculation that our government is well aware of the abductions and the alien things that are going on, but either can't do anything about it and so keep it hushed up, or they're getting something in return and so keep it hushed up.
All right, I think his view is the first rather than the latter.
Yes, we've gone into that, and I definitely think they're aware. I don't have any doubt about that. But I don't think there's any swap involved. We're not getting anything out of this.
All right, on the wild card line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Reno.
Reno, Nevada, yes.
Bud, is there any other technique of remembering an abduction experience other than hypnosis that you know of?
All right, thank you.
That's a good question. There is another technique that has been used, and of course, people have talked about sodium pentothal and that type of thing, although that's not something I have any use for myself. Hypnotic regression works very, very well. There is a new technique which is being used by some psychologists. It involves rapid movement of the eyes I don't know what the motor connection is with memory, but there seems to be one, and it has been used successfully by a number of people to elicit information. You would have to go to somebody trained in that technique, but hypnosis is a very useful technique in the meantime, and safe.
All right, good. On the wild card line, you're on there with Budd Hopkins. Hello there. Where are you, please?
In Seattle, this is Jackie.
All right, Jackie, you're hard to hear. Get close to the phone and ask a question.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. What's up, Jackie?
Hi, Bud.
Hi.
I was just wondering if you noticed any significant trends in UFOs, like in the things that they're doing.
trends, changes. Well, yes, in the sense that new things are coming to light all the time, and we don't know whether they're a new trend or whether they've been going on for a long time. This particular thing I'm going to mention, I think has been going on a long time, and that is the UFO occupants seem very interested in how we form relationships. And I just dealt with a couple who are about to get married, and they're in their 20s. And when they first met, exactly a year ago, they realized that they knew one another. They didn't know how, but they know a lot about each other, and there were some amazing connections. I mean, for instance, one of them remembered that the other had a birthmark on his chest.
Oh, boy.
They knew a lot about their backgrounds and how they looked and talked when they were younger and how they fixed their hair and everything else. And it seems that they have been abducted over different periods of time at intervals and brought together as if the aliens were studying long-term the way relationships are formed. Believe it or not, I have now maybe 6 or 7 cases like this. Now, this is something that's not really ever been made public, and I don't think it's all that common. But it definitely seems that this has been a systematic arrangement, and even to this point that there's a man in the United States in his 40s who, when he met an English woman here in the United States for the first time, she's about 41, they realized that they've known each other. They couldn't place where. They're both abductees, and when we looked into these experiences, they were first abducted when they were children.
That implies,
one from England, one from the United States.
That implies alien matchmaking.
Yeah, well, it sort of does, the great dating service in the sky.
Yeah, that's right.
But the basic point is that these people assumed all along when they remembered that they knew somebody, they assumed, well, it's a dream or something. I'm having a dream companion, but it's real.
Wow. Toll-free line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Time is short. Where are you calling from?
Tacoma, Washington.
All right, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Mr. Hopkins.
Yes, sir.
Just a little while ago, I read a book by Jacobs called Secret Life.
Very good book, too. An excellent book.
And I'm right smack dab in the middle of a book called Abduction by Dr. John Mack.
Yes. John, these are two of my closest colleagues and friends.
Well, it's interesting what they both say. My question is this. These hybrid fetuses, children, there seems to be 2 scenarios of what they're doing with them. And I was wondering, which one do you believe? What are they doing with these children?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that we have a scenario as to what they're doing with them. We really don't know what they're doing with them. That's the central question, actually, as David Jacobs has said about our point of knowledge right now. What are the hybrids for? Where are they going? We don't really know. And now I haven't read all of John Mack's book fully. It just came out, and I don't know that he presents any scenario for the use of the future of the hybrids, nor does Dave Jacobs. Well, what were you thinking, sir?
Oh, well, he's gone. These are both people that I have interviewed and will interview again.
Right.
All right, very good. We've got to move on. One more, perhaps. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Good evening. Hello?
Hello there.
Where are you, sir? Hello? Are you there, caller? No, I guess not. Well, in that case, we'll make it this one. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Budd Hopkins. Hello.
Hi, I'm calling from Albuquerque.
Albuquerque, yes.
I'd like to ask him if he thinks UFOs have anything to do with the Lost Squadron, when those 5 planes disappeared.
Oh, yes, the Lost Squadron. Bud, you remember they thought they found it, and then I guess they didn't? What is the story?
Yeah, this is one of the Bermuda Triangle issues. That story has been pretty much analyzed and discussed and explained away as a series of genuine navigational mistakes, people caught in a storm, and there doesn't seem to be a big mystery attached to it. Now, other things have disappeared. There was a pilot who disappeared, Fred Valentius, off the coast of Australia in 1977, and he was last heard talking on the radio. I've heard the radio tape of the broadcast to Melbourne Tower. That's a genuine case. The Lost Squadron, quote unquote, which did happen, seems to have a natural explanation, though, unfortunately.
All right. Well, I guess they say leave them wanting more, and you are. It's a full board we've got here. Bud, go ahead and give your address out one more time, would you please?
Okay. You can write to me, care of IF. That's Box 30233, New York, 10011. And I can be reached there if you want information, a sample of the IF bulletin, information about subscriptions, or especially if you have something to report about personal experiences, we would like to hear from you. And thank you very much.
Well, Bud, it has been a pleasure having you on, and I hope we can tap your expertise at some future date. Would you possibly be able to come back?
No, I think I would. It's kind of late here in New York for me, 1 o'clock in the morning. Us city boys have to get up early.
All right, Bud.
But at any rate, I certainly enjoy the program very much, Art, and I especially appreciate our listeners who've been so open about talking about their own personal experiences here.
It is amazing, isn't it? Thank you, Bud.
Thank you.
Take care. That's Budd Hopkins. He's been our guest for the last 3 hours. I want to thank you all for being here. As I said, there is never enough time. If you'd like, or even need, and I can understand that after hearing it, a copy of this program or any of the other programs in the Dreamland series, please call the following telephone number 24 hours a day to get it. It is area code 503-664-7966. Let me repeat that. It's an important number if you want a copy of this program or any other Dreamland program. Area code 503-664-7966. Next Sunday, we'll be back with another Dreamland. On behalf of everybody at the network, I'm Art Bell. Thank you.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 17th, 1996.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening. It's a Friday night, Saturday morning program. Or maybe it's Monday night, Sunday night, Monday morning, I don't know. Anyway, welcome to the best in live overnight talk radio. That's right, live, unscreened calls. It gets pretty wild in here, so buckle in for the ride. From the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands, all the way out across flyover country, to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north, all the way to Santa Country in the Pole. This is Coast to Coast AM. And I'm Art Bell. It's good to be here. We will do many strange and unusual things during the night tonight. It's going to be open lines. We may play a little truth or trash. I do that once every week or two, whether I need it or not. I'd like to welcome a new affiliate. 271 affiliates now. It is KAZM in, check it out, folks, Sedona, Arizona. Chanting country. We'll ask them if how they feel about that. 780 on the dial, same as KOH up in Reno, and covers Sedona like a blanket. They will be with us for the entire program, and it will take them a while to figure out what we do here. It's a different kind of talk radio. That's for sure. Anyway, welcome to the network in Sedona. And I want to take a second out to congratulate the man who runs my webpage, Keith Rowland. I got a fax, actually I got a ton of them, email earlier today. This one, Robin from Houston, Texas, just wanted to take a second to congratulate all involved in the Art Bell webpage. It appears that all the hard work going into the site is paying off. Guess what? You are now members of an elite class of websites that make up the top 5% of all sites on the Internet. This is not an easy task. I've been developing web pages for a long time and still have not been able to break into the top 5%. Keep up the good work and effort. Robin from Houston. Thank you, Robin. And Keith Rowland is the guy who does the magic up there. I supply some photographs and information as it comes in, but Keith Rowland is the magic behind that, and it is an honor to be named top 5%. It's kind of like going to the head of the class or something. There is a wealth of information on that page. Everything we talk about, and photographs of just about all the anomalous things we talk about and strange things, and you name it, it's up there. Real audio. So you can listen to the program worldwide on the Internet, 3 different sites for that. And it just keeps you right up with everything that's going on. So, if you want to visit the award-winning webpage, it is www.artbell.com. www.artbell.com. And I suggest you go take a look. Boy, is there a lot up there. Now, the news, such as it is. The Navy's top officer, Admiral Jeremy Borda, as you know, a suicide, said to be. And it is over, apparently, honor. Honor. This is the man, the first man ever to come from enlisted ranks to the top job in the Navy. His friends, his associates are shocked and grieving, and there is a great debate underway. He received a burial with full military honors at Andrews Air Force Base. One of the notes that he left 2 notes, and we know partially of the contents of one. He left to the enlisted ranks in the Navy. And he said he would end his life rather than allow controversy over his medals and any harm to come to the Navy. It involved 2 V medals that he wore, indicating combat in Vietnam. To wear the medals required a specific citation, and the part of this that I don't quite understand is that of the higher-level Navy people that NBC interviewed last night about all of this, they said, you know, he has a right to wear those medals. He had every right to wear them. There was an investigation underway by media publication, I think it was Newsweek, and he decided to end his life. That's really something to think about, isn't it? But honor in the military is honor. And I don't know, in a strange kind of way, it's kind of nice to know there is still honor out there. Not nice to hear about a death, and frankly I don't fully understand it, because the people they interviewed, perhaps not wanting to speak ill of the dead, I don't know, but they said he had won the right to wear those. So you're tempted to say, boy, there's got to be more. Did he really kill himself over just this? Anyway, there it is. The value jet crash continuing in the news, Flight 592, by now you know all about it. They're trying to put the pieces back together. So far, not many, and what they have is small, 4% of the airplane recovered. We may never know what happened. ValueJet has cut their schedule in half, causing havoc. The FAA says they are safe, and you can continue to fly. The military is not, and now half their flights are canceled. It looks like there was an explosion and possibly fire, maybe not, shortly after takeoff. Most of that airplane is buried very deeply in the swamp as she went nosing into that swamp and probably dug a hole. They may never get it. Another day of talks scheduled between the Freemen and the FBI, with a Colorado senator acting as middleman. His comments after a couple of days of talks, much like, not quite as dramatic as Bo Greit's, but he says they're a long way apart. And I'm getting a lot of correspondence about the Freemen. Here's typical. The Freemen should have been overrun within the first few hours. Delay gives them control of the situation. If the Justice Department gives in to one demand, they'll not be satisfied. There will be more. They're no more reliable than Hitler was regarding his promises. Well, I don't know about that. There was one time, you'll recall, they promised to come out when the state of Montana said they'd drop charges. They did within 24 hours. And they initially said, oh, yes, celebrated. I think they thought that meant all charges would be dropped. Well, the answer to that is no. And I hope that this does not end poorly. And I am willing to interview anybody who can get to me from the Freemen and give them a fair shake here on the air. You know my general view about it. It is not favorable to the Freemen. With what I know, and I've looked into this as carefully as I can, they are lawbreakers. And I believe they are lawbreakers using the shield of the Patriot movement to hide behind. Frankly, that's my view. However, I'm more than willing to be fair and to give them an even shot as I would any guest I'd have on the program. And my guess would be they don't much like my tail end, but that's all right. They need not like me. They need only to understand that I give my guests a fair break and that this is the largest live overnight talk show in the country and beyond in the world. And if they want a fair shake, I promise them that. My attitude does not bear on my sense of professional conduct, and you know what that is with regard to guests. I like them to be able to say what they want to say, no matter where it goes, and no matter what eggs get broken along the way. I'll let them have their say. And I would do that, you can be sure, with the Freemen. And I have had numerous debates on the topic. Okay, other news is something I want to talk to you about that we talked about yesterday morning, and I'm really serious about this. I am a gun advocate, a gun owner. I've owned guns all my life. I've trained with them. I've been to courses. I qualified and carried a concealed weapon for 6 years. And I wouldn't be without guns, but there's something I want to say. Lately I've noticed a trend among callers, and that is that they have begun to regard the gun first, and the gun as the only protectorate of our freedoms. Well, it ain't so. The gun is our final protector of freedoms. A gun is our final resort in America. And toward that end, I thought it might be important, and we began to do it yesterday, and it occurred to me that it would make a very productive conversation to ask you what it is that makes us what we are. We are America. Who was it? Ronald Reagan said, you know, you can go to Japan or you can go to Germany, but you can never be a German and you can never be a Japanese. You can be there, but you can't be that. In America, you can come and you can be an American. So, the gun is not the only guardian of our freedom. What we are and what we believe about our country, the liberty we have, the aggressiveness, our aggressive nature, it was Patton they were showing last night on NBC saying, Americans love to fight. Any good red-blooded American loves to go to war, to have a fight. That's aggressiveness. We traditionally have been a very independent group of people, rebellious. Yes, we're rebellious. Yes, we're fighters. Yes, we're violent. The rest of the world looks at America and thinks of it as the Wild West. And compared to the rest of the world, it is. But it is part of what we are. We're inventive. We're entrepreneurs. We're not like the Japanese. Much as I like the Japanese, they're worker bees. They're almost a central consciousness. They are so homogeneous. We are not. We're divergent. We're fighters. We get on here on the radio and we tear into each other 6 ways from Sunday. So, we're a lot of things. Americans are a lot of things. And those things are not just protected by a gun. The gun is the last resort. What we are is protected by who we are. And if we lose our way, we'll lose our country. And I'll tell you something, if we lose who we are, we're not going to be able to get it back with guns. Are you following me here? The guns are a protection ultimately against a government gone wild, a suddenly oppressive government that would take our freedoms and our liberties, truly take them. Some sort of police state. Then, yes, to hell with them at that point. You grab a gun and you change it. That is not arguably what we have now, despite Freeman claims and other things. That is not what we have now. We have freedom of travel. First Amendment is alive and well. Even the right to privacy, though infringed to some degree by the various wars we have underway, drugs and the rest of them, still basically intact. Trial by jury, still available. If you need it, boy, if you need it, you really need it. So, I've noticed a trend of people beginning to suggest that the gun is the only avenue to freedom. Well, it's not. It's the final avenue, and what really, in my opinion, makes America sovereign and free, it's us. Us. And if we change beyond deserving this, then we're going to lose it. I hope that I'm making some sense to you. Coming up Sunday, this coming Sunday, on Dreamland, Brad Steiger and Sherry Steiger. You know who Brad Steiger is. If you don't, you should listen in and find out. He is a remarkably brilliant fellow. Sherry is, I am told, brilliant as well as beautiful. And they'll be here talking about many things, including animal intelligence and the nature of animals. It should be a remarkable, interesting program. That's coming up this Sunday on Dreamland. Brad Steiger's written well over 200 books. He should be known to you. We are going to take a break here at the bottom of the hour, and then we're going to come back and open the lines, and you can talk about anything you want to talk about. And if I get in the mood, we may do a little truth or trash. Plus, oh yes, I want to hear from somebody in Sedona tonight. So if you can get through, if you're in Sedona and you can get through, I want to talk to you. I've always wanted to talk to the people of Sedona and find out if it's really a magical place. Chupacabra update right after the break.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. We're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 17th of May, 1996.
Morning all. It's good to be here. It'll be open lines and we'll do whatever it is that you guys want to do. How's that? Dear Art, CBS News at the top of the hour is quoting Bo Greitz as saying 4 leaders of the Freemen are forcing people, did you hear me? Forcing people to stay at the compound against their will, including women and children. Other militias should think twice about people they are considering going to war for. These men sound like thugs to me. Think people. Debbie in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Well, I cannot confirm that story. But if it is true, it sure as hell puts a different light on things, doesn't it? So CBS News reporting that many of those inside are virtual hostages. I would imagine that would, if true, certainly affect many of you and your thinking as well. It does put a different light on it, doesn't it? While I can't tell you who it is yet, and don't make me tell you, beginning shortly, we're going to be on a new affiliate, a monster affiliate in Cleveland, Ohio. That's all I can say. That's all they'll let me say. They said, you can say it's a monster, but you can't say who it is. Secrets. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art Bell.
How you doing?
I am very, very, very happy. Gosh, did I just meet Paul McCartney by getting on the air with Art Bell?
Well,
I am so amazed. Anyway, on to business. There are earthquakes and stuff in Seattle. I'm in Seattle. Brian from Seattle is my name.
Uh-huh.
I just recently moved to a different part of Seattle, so I had
that must be a hard name.
I had
Brian from Seattle.
Yeah, BFS.
Is the from
BFS?
Yes. Is the from Seattle part one word or two?
BFS. Anyway, on to the issue at hand.
Yes.
There's this guy on public access, Channel 29 in Seattle, doing a show about Earth changes.
Really?
Yeah, it's amazing, and he mentions you all the time.
Does he?
He says, tune in to, and he got it wrong, because he said Como.
Well, I'm on Como.
I know, but not now. You're on KVI for 2 hours.
Well, I believe...
Did they change that again?
No, I don't think so. I think...
It's still the 2-hour thing on KVI.
And then Como is the most amazing thing. That's been going on now for, what do you figure, a better part of a year? Yeah.
I don't know, a year or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so back to business. Earth changes, and... to me, what it comes down to is basically kind of a magnetic repulsion, I think.
Huh?
Magnetic repulsion of negative human energy that was planted really by an enemy, 6,000 years ago.
You're saying we are doing it?
Well, the snakes that live within us are doing it, you might say.
Well,
as Gordon Michael Stallion says, as we treat each other.
I think we, thank you.
Treat each other so the earth treats us, and so God judges us.
Yes, I don't rule that out. Thank you. The snakes within us. Arguably, there are more snakes within us now than there were. And I don't dismiss totally the concept that our behavior is affecting our environment. That's really a pretty good bet, isn't it? I don't know that I fully go for Earth is mother, Earth is alive, Earth is an entity, and so forth and so on, but I think there is a force to nature that tends to be corrective. And if there is an irritant, something that is tossing things utterly out of balance, eventually nature concocts a way to return balance. Now, it may be more cerebral than that. It may be more into the paranormal than that, but I don't go farther than that myself. I just think there is a natural balance to things. And when they get out of balance, eventually nature in some manner acts to correct that balance. I don't think that's an outrageous view at all. It doesn't quite embrace the Mother Earth is alive, folks, but it does not rule out a force of nature, and I believe that clearly exists. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, I got a question for you, Art.
All right.
What do you think about your competition, like Rush Limbaugh, Don Imus, Howard Stern, Mark and Brian, those various people?
For the most part, they're not competition.
Why not?
Well, because in order to be competitive, they've got to really be on at the same time.
Well, in a way, they're your competition. You know, they're like your.
Look, my attitude about talk radio is the more the merrier.
Exactly. Yeah.
I really feel that way. So I don't. You will not find with an occasional exception. I mean, there have been a couple of them that have taken after me.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't pay attention to what they're doing because I do a different kind of talk radio.
Yeah, yours is more like a mellow kind of thing.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes it's not so mellow. Sometimes they're big fights. But what I mean is, they spend, the people you named, excepting Howard perhaps, spend a lot of time on politics.
Yeah.
And I'll do politics when it's hot. But when it's not, there's other stuff, to do.
Yeah. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Michael, I guess. Listen, I promised, check this out. Doc Berry Liberal Doc Berry, down in Phoenix, sent me a fax today that says the following. Check this out. Dear Art, this morning's Arizona Republic, that's the big paper down there, had banner front page headlines in fully 1-inch type that said Chupacabra Mania sweeps Mexico. Included in the feature story was a 4-color map of Mexico. So the Chupacabra was the banner headline in the Arizona Republic all of a sudden. Now, what do you think about that? It's beginning to hit the mainstream press. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Oh, hey, Art. This is John from Milwaukee. Let me turn off my radio.
Turn it off. That's right, John. First thing to do, everybody, turn it off before you begin to talk. And
okay.
See, he must have his across the room or something.
Anyway, anything about that pieces of metal that was mailed to you?
No, I'm waiting for two things. One is a written report that tells us what Linda told us. You know, we got the initial report. Maybe you didn't hear it?
No.
Oh, that's not good.
I know. Done is bad.
The other is, so we'll get a written report soon, and metallurgy work is being done on it now, so we'll have that report shortly.
Okay, the reason I brought that up is, I think you said you don't think there would be any extra elements in the universe?
What I've said is, and I do generally agree, that the same elements are going to be found throughout the universe, yes.
Okay, well, I kind of disagree with that. I figure inanimate products would be probably more spread out than life itself.
Why? If there was a central wait a minute, sir. There was a central origin to matter, and most scientists agree on the Big Bang Theory, then why would there not be a central content to that matter?
Well, I think we just missed some of the content. It's just like if you're panning for gold. Every time you put your pan in there, you don't always get gold, right?
Right.
Okay, well, I'm just saying maybe we missed that one element.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. It's thank you. It's possible, yes, of course, that Earth's creation did not contain all the elements of creation. Oh, yes, that's entirely possible. I'm just saying that as a general rule, if you follow the theory of the Big Bang, then generally you're going to find the same main elements, planet to planet, system to system. That's all. That's probably a good working hypothesis until somebody shows us it is wrong. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello. Let me turn off my radio.
Yes, by all means.
Okay. I just want to say I've been listening to you for 4 years.
4 years, huh?
Yeah. And this is my first time call.
Well, I'm happy to have you. Where are you?
Salt Lake City, Utah.
All right. KCNR.
Yeah, and I'm kind of nervous. So,
well, it'll pass.
Okay. I do enjoy Dreamland very much.
Well, coming up this Sunday, Brad and Sherry Steiger.
And who are they?
Well, you don't know who Brad Steiger is?
Movie actor?
No. Author. He's written over 200 books. One of the most recent was The Awful Thing in the Attic.
Never heard of it.
Oh, man. All right. Well, then you'll enjoy it.
Okay. But, other than that, I'm kind of tired of hearing about the Freeman.
Oh, yes.
And what about the, alien hotline? I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I haven't done one of those in a long, long time, have I?
No, you haven't. So, bring that back. Thank you.
All right, take
Bye-bye.
care. The alien hotline. Now, from time to time, we do strange things here, you will learn. And I used to open the alien hotline. Only aliens. Not illegal aliens. Not aliens from other countries, but, you know, them. And so I would open a line just for them. And you get some very unusual calls. Very unusual calls. And then a successor to that became the immortal hotline. We got on this kick of people calling and faxing and writing letters and email saying they were immortal. And so I thought, let's open an immortal line. And we did. And people called claiming to be immortal. Now, I'm not sure which was more fun, the alien line or the immortal line. Hey, I wonder if we could do both, aliens or immortals. Well, let me consider that. Maybe we will. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, I get a kick these days out of how some of the comedy shows portray Bob Dole.
Yeah, the poor guy.
And it's something about where he speaks of himself a lot. He'll say something to the effect of, Bob Dole's either going to go to the White House or go home or something.
That's right. It's always third person.
Yeah, and then these days when he's changing his clothes, he looks a little bit like he's doing a laundry commercial.
Well, what got to me was, much as I'd rather see Bob Dole as president than Clinton, Bob Dole the other day, one day he's out of the Senate, right?
Yeah.
Pulls his tie off. He's Mr. Casual, and he's claiming to be an outsider. I mean, look, I'm a pretty good conservative, but I laughed my butt off when I saw that. I mean, one day, folks, one day makes you an outsider.
And one other thing, you sound like him quite a bit. It would not take much for you to go say something, say Bob Dole, and when I hear you say that, I crack up laughing when I hear you mention his name.
Well, Art Bell would never do that.
So go ahead and do it. Bob Dole.
Bob Dole.
Bye.
Bob Dole. Bob Dole. Thank you. I like Bob Dole, don't get me wrong. I want to interview Bob Dole, as a matter of fact. In fact, I consider it, frankly, imperative. The American people have got to get to know Bob Dole. He took a step, at least in the positive direction, the other day when he resigned from the Senate. You know, he seemed quite human. But what Bob Dole really needs is a good, relaxed, you know, he can sit at home kind of interview on the telephone and just let loose. I'm really convinced of it. And if any of you are in contact with his headquarters, please urge him to come on the program. I have been in contact with his campaign, and they promise he will be on. I think if he's going to stand even a chance, he's got to do a lot of that. Just get down with the American people and talk to him. Let us know who he really is. He never comes through on TV, and I don't think he's going to. So to find out who Bob Dole really is, the man behind the sound bites and the witty humor, he's got a very dry, witty humor. You're just going to have to spend some time with him. That's only thing I can think is that we've got to spend some time with the man to understand him. And that would really, really, really help. And that's in essence what I told his campaign people, and they agree. They definitely agree, and he may be ready for it soon. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hi. This is Barbie from Bellingham.
Hi.
I just wanted to make a comment about that guy from Seattle. That wasn't no earthquake that they had. It was a spaceship that crashed, and it was like.
Are you talking about the 5-point whatever it was?
Yeah, the earthquake.
You're trying to say that was a spaceship that crashed?
Oh, sure, and it was Bigfoot got off of it.
Really? And you could only know that if you'd had intimate contact with Bigfoot, right?
No, but I also wanted to say, I never heard of the chupacabra.
Really?
Except for once. And
really?
I was just told that it was just a vampire bat.
Oh, yeah?
And but I listen to you every night, so.
Well,
really
how does a vampire bat suck all the blood out of a goat?
I don't know. They don't.
Yeah, no, they don't. So,
No.
see, it's not that, and there are, it's not just 1 or 2 or 10, it's hundreds of animals. And I have seen endless pictures, video from
true,
Mexico.
Huh?
Yeah, it's
real.
true. There's really something out there.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
you
scary.
bet. And it wants you.
No, not me.
Yes, you.
No.
You know what I heard about it?
What?
I read this earlier today in a Mexican paper.
Mm-hmm.
It goes for giggles.
Well, I never laugh, so.
Have a good morning. Stay safe. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art?
Yes.
We're having this is Richard in Houston.
Yes.
We have a question in our office concerning Bigfoot.
All right.
We were wondering if you see more than one Bigfoot.
Would they be big feet?
Is it big feet or big footses?
I'm not sure. It might more properly be Bigfootses, but I would say big feet, wouldn't you?
Well, that's what I say.
As in a gaggle of big feet? A gaggle of big feet. Not a gaggle of Bigfoots. Well, maybe it would be a gaggle of Bigfoots. I don't know. Why do you ask me such a question?
We were just wondering.
All right, the answer is I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Goodbye. You see, now you can tell what kind of night it's going to be. Big feet. Big feet. Well, I don't know. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Art?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Christy from St. Louis.
Hi.
Long-time listener, first-time successful caller.
Excellent.
I went to see Robert Ghostwolf.
Isn't he something?
Yes. He was just amazing. And I'm so jealous that I can't go to his workshop.
Well, he really is something.
He really was. And I wouldn't have heard about him unless I was listening to your show.
Well, I hope a number of people there mentioned to him they heard him on the air.
Oh, I did.
Good.
I talked to him.
Uh-huh.
Very nice man.
Scary dude, actually.
Well, some of the things he said was very frightening, yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. A lot of people, it's interesting, who listen to Dreamland on a regular basis, sort of take it in stride, or, it's food for thought or whatever, but a lot of people faxed me after Ghost Wolf and said that guy scared the hell out of me.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he did say some disturbing things, but as you said, it was something to think about.
You betcha.
But I couldn't believe him being this close to St. Louis that there wasn't something, in the paper or on the news or something announcing his arrival. But
well, we announced it on Dreamland. Listen, I've got to run. I'm really sorry, hon. I'm close to the top of the hour, and I have work to do.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. Premier Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 17, 1996.
Welcome back to the largest live overnight talk show in America. On-screen calls, you name it, we'll talk about it. Lots in the news to talk about. Lots not in the news to talk about. And we're not restricted to specifically either one of those categories. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. This is your first caller 14 years ago down in Las Vegas. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Well, you certainly developed a lot of things since we chatted over in the Union Plaza
yes,
this morning.
It was called the Union Plaza then.
That's right. Well, that was in those days. Now it's the new plaza.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I just couldn't resist calling in tonight to say keep up the good work, Art. And I was one of the first people that ordered your book on 9/18 of 95, by the way.
Well, I'll be darned. My friend, I thank you, and I remember our breakfast very well indeed.
Okay, one of these days I'll get up to the high desert there, and we'll have a nice chat, maybe lunch.
Okay.
See you later.
You take care. That's right. About, 13 years ago, I would say. God, that's a long time. Huh. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Is this the Art Bell Show?
I hope it is.
Okay, well, I got a question for you.
It's not. I'm really...
I'm going to tell you something.
Yes?
About the Freeman.
What are you going to tell me?
I think that either the United States should either recognize them as an independent country and build a wall around them, and then tell them that they can't leave, and if they do, that they're going to be arrested for treason.
Well, if they're an independent country, then it would not be treasonous for them to be within it, would it?
No, not to be within it, but if they left their country, then it would be.
Uh-huh.
Or they should either...
well, I think that's a terrible idea.
Well,
in other words,
I think they are treasons because, I mean...
But look, we are, that's what I spent a lot of time in the first hour talking about. We're Americans. This is America. We don't create little kingdoms and fiefdoms within America. We don't do that.
But that's what they're doing, though. You know?
No, that's what they want to do.
Right. But what if
well, so then we shouldn't feed their egos by giving them exactly what they want. I don't want America splitting up. You know, if we give it to them, then another group will want it, and another group will want it, and pretty soon America won't be America anymore. It'll be a bunch of little kingdoms and protectorates and fiefdoms and you name it.
Right, but if the United States doesn't control this, I mean, why can't anybody else do it? I mean, that's what it shows, is that anyone could do this and basically almost get away with it.
Well, that's right. Exactly right. And we shouldn't be establishing that precedent, should we?
Well.
No, we shouldn't, sir, is the answer.
Well, I think that they should do something because they shouldn't be able to just sit there and hold the United States government at bay.
Well, there you and I absolutely agree. Thank you. And if this latest fax is true, CBS is reporting that the Freemen are holding people there against their will. I have no way of knowing if that's so, just that apparently CBS reported that. That's from Debbie in Baton Rouge. And that certainly casts a new light on the whole thing. Can anybody confirm that report? I think it's fairly important that we get that confirmed, denied or admitted to or whatever. Hey, Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
King Arthur.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. This is Mitch, the Magic Christian.
Hi, Mitch.
Calling you from beautiful Ventura by the Sea.
Yes, sir.
Southern California. Your facts or whatever it was you were reading from last night about the bubonic plague fleas.
Oh, yes.
By Ojai.
Yes.
That's Wheeler Gorge.
Uh-huh.
Not George.
All right. Well, it was a typo then.
Yeah, I was thinking it might have been the writing on the fax or whatever. But, hey, I wanted to talk to you about Ed and Richard's show.
I beg your pardon? Ed?
Yeah.
Ed
Edgar Mitchell and Richard Hoagland.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, while they were speaking, and boy, I'll tell you, it's almost like pulling teeth with Edgar sometimes, isn't it? I mean, he's a brilliant man, but his delivery is somewhat plodding. He is a true scientist. I mean, the man is brilliant. There's no question. He deserves his PhD.
Well, I think that's what created the magic was the contrast of Hoagland, who is rapid fire.
Yeah, he's a laser machine gun, man.
Yeah, that's right. And Mitchell, who is, as you point out, plodding and very scientific and very careful with his words.
Yeah, it's like the rabbit and the hare almost.
Something like that. And yet, there was a meeting, a slow meshing of the minds that was magical to listen to.
Oh, it was. There was something about that, though. It was almost frustrating to me. Let me see if you agree with my reading on this. I have a feeling that towards the end there, that Ed Mitchell was going towards spirit's action on matter. It wasn't actually said in those words.
Yes.
But I believe that that's where he was going with that.
Yes.
And boy, you need to set up a follow-up for that, because I believe that by he started slowing down too, that is, Richard Hoagland.
Yes, he did.
In his approach.
As a matter of fact, both of them, with regard to their previous statements, took several steps back.
Yeah, right. I have a feeling that neither one of them really wanted to attack the other, and they just wanted to kind of like make their own points, but
wisely so. Had
very
one
tactful and
yes, had one gone off the deep end and attacked the other, they would have immediately lost in the mind of the listening public.
Yeah, they could have gotten protective of their own territory, and much less might have been said. But are you going to set up another meeting with those two on the air?
Sure.
Yeah, I hope you can do that sometime soon, because there was much left unsaid.
Well, I don't want it too close on top of what we just did.
Yeah, right.
And I want a little time for Edgar Mitchell to reflect on the materials that I know Mr. Hoagland is sending down. And then it would be productive indeed to have another meeting.
Yeah, this could end up being a very fruitful collaboration, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thanks for the show.
Right, thank you, sir, for the call. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I'm calling from Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Well, great. KRAE.
Yeah, K-R-E.
Cray.
And I'm a first-time caller.
Well, good.
And I was thinking about all this movement, America for the Americans. There's only one problem with that. We're all Americans. But if you want to get down to the real Americans, then we got to go back to the Indians.
Well, that was then. This is now. I mean...
yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is that everybody here is an American.
Yes.
I mean, you can't send all the blacks back to Africa and all the Spanish back to wherever and all the French back to France.
Yes.
Because they're all Americans.
That's right. That's the idea.
Yeah. That's why all these little supremacist groups are wrong.
Oh, that's right. They're wrong. They're absolutely wrong, period.
Yeah. And as far as guns go, if they take away all our guns, then they're not going to be able to take them away from the criminals.
Well, that's been said for a long time. Look, we have the Second Amendment. I don't care to change that. I wouldn't give up my guns. I doubt you would give up yours. Certainly not your right, even if you don't own a gun. As an American, you know you have the right to. You're not going to give that up. And shouldn't. You know, you'd be out of your mind. Don't give up your guns. But also don't think of your guns as the first solution. That's what I was complaining about last hour. America is more than the guns that we would need if we need to someday overthrow the government or something like that. America is what it is because of who we are. Because of who we are. We are America. And if we change to the degree that we're not the people we once were, the aggressive, entrepreneur, independent, fighters that we are, if we change, then we'll lose America. And then the guns won't help anyway. Because it'll just bring on a great change. You know, we'll be a police state or else we'll turn into so many fiefdoms and kingdoms and all that. That wasn't the idea, was it? So if it gets to the point where we've got to use the guns, then for the most part, the battle's over. That's like the last thing you want to have to do. But on the other hand, you don't want to give up that option either. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art. How are you?
I'm fine.
My name is Pete. I'm calling from Indiana, from Craigville. That's close to Fort Wayne, so I listen to you on WGL.
Yes, sir, the mighty WGL.
That's right, the family adult entertainment station. The reason I called was a couple things. First, I'm a first-time caller. I've been listening to you since the Ebola breakout in Africa.
Ah, yes.
And you really impressed me because you were, well, I listened to you all night, and then I watched NBC News in the morning, and you were still giving more information than they were.
Well, we're out ahead in a lot of things.
Oh, you certainly are. That's why I like it. You're cutting edge.
But that's okay. You know, I mean, when we get them on the air and we do them, people go, there goes Bell again, cracked as can be, and then about a week or 2 weeks later, it hits the mainstream press, and people go, oh.
Oh yeah, like Tom Likas. He really cracked me up with the meteor, with the comet. I had two things I wanted to make a statement about.
Yes. Your
parts of the alleged UFO you received.
Mm-hmm.
Have you thought about carbon dating?
I'm going to ask about that. I guess, can they carbon date metal?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. If they could, you know, if they're common materials, which is, like you say, that's logical. Carbon dating, if they were like so old that our technology wouldn't produce something of that nature, then...
No, it's a really good point, and believe me, I'm going to ask. We'll find out.
Okay, and one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to slaughter this name, the Chippewa-Bagwas.
We're going to have a class in this. I can only do it one at a time. Let's say this. Chupa. Cabra. Now say it quickly.
Chupacabra.
You got it.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sure that you've noticed the similarity between them and the old gargoyles from medieval times.
I have indeed.
Could it be possible that this is something that has a long gestation period in an egg form and comes out every so often?
Yes.
And then disappears again?
It could be.
And then maybe there's been a few that stick around that reproduce eggs. There not being many of them, so they're seen very rarely, but then all of a sudden there's a huge population of them for a while, and then they disappear again.
Well, that could be. Or it could be that they're presently breeding like rabbits, and the human race is going to have to deal with a monster.
Well, we sort of do it tongue in cheek, but I'm beginning to believe that they exist. I know you got the tape. Is that correct?
As long as it's OPB, other people's blood, it's easy to joke about.
Yeah, I know.
I'm reviewing the tape. It may not be of a chupacabra, but it's awfully big, so I'm trying to decide about that.
That's what I wondered, if maybe it was doctored or something like that.
No, not doctored. I don't think doctored. I've just got to figure out what it is. It's gigantic and it's ugly.
Was it dead? Or I listened to your show.
Absolutely dead.
It would seem like they would have some kind of autopsy report on TV, but then again, TV never produces.
Well, this is big news in Mexico. Thank you very much for the call. Big news in Mexico. It is the talk of Mexico now. For those of you who are just joining us, the chupacabra is, well, it began apparently in Puerto Rico, showed up in South America, Central America, traceable to the north, Texas, California, even reports in Oregon. And it is the talk of Mexico. It is headline news everywhere in Mexico. It was headline news in Phoenix yesterday. So, whatever it is, it's something. I don't know if it's some mystical, mythological creature, something new, something from a lab, something from some portal through time or another dimension or whatever it is. Who knows? Maybe it's just an evolutionary step for something else that was here. Whatever it is, I don't want to meet one. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I'm calling from, this is John, calling from Wilbur, Nebraska.
Yes, sir.
Listen to KFAB. That's
of course.
50,000 watt blowtorch.
It is from Omaha. I think it goes right
so if
over.
there's intelligent life out there, they'll be listening.
I think KFAB on a regular basis goes right over the pole.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I can't believe I'm talking to you. The reason why I'm calling is you wanted somebody to call and confirm that about the Freeman.
Oh, yes.
And I did hear it on CBS News an hour ago. And it is true. And they're also talking about there's children there that...
And Bo Greitz said this?
What's that?
I said Bo Greitz said this?
I don't recall who it was, but...
All right, here's the facts I got from Baton Rouge. It says, Art, CBS News, top of the hour, is quoting Bo Greitz as saying 4 leaders, the Freemen, are forcing people to stay at the compound against their will, including women and children.
Yes, that's exactly what they said, and they said they're kind of split. And
well, we've got a whole different situation on our hands, if that's true.
Yeah, so I don't know how this is going to turn out. It's almost like, what are we going to do? Just sit out here and wait for them? But they don't want it to be another Waco.
No, and I don't either. Thank you very much for the call. Look, they have not committed a capital crime or a potential capital crime at Waco. No matter how you feel about Waco, there were federal officers killed. People at the compound, too. Here, nobody's been killed. There are children and women inside. However, if they are being forced to remain, then instead of a standoff, you really have a hostage situation, don't you? So that's going to change it. If this report is true, it's going to change it. And if the report came from Bo Greitz, then I would be more inclined to believe it. Not because I'm a Bo Greitz follower or fan necessarily, but because Bo Greitz would tend, it seems to me, because of his own ideology, to not want to report such a thing. So it gives it, in a sense, more credibility, and I hope that it's not true. If it is, it really, really does change things. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Great. Where are you calling from?
This is Lori. I'm calling from Olathe, Kansas.
Hi, Lori.
Hi. I just heard some real upsetting news today.
What's that?
One of my friends had remarried, and her husband, she found out, had abused her children.
Oh, boy.
And the upsetting thing is they only live a few miles out of our county.
Right.
In another county.
Right.
His bail was set at $150,000.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they would have lived over in our county, it would have only been a $5,000 bail.
Wow.
I mean, it's kind of upsetting to see how the system varies so much from county to county.
It does, particularly in domestic cases. There's no single way they're handled.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It varies widely, state to state, county to county. And in some states, for example, when the police are forced to respond to a domestic a difficulty, husband and wife fight, automatically both parties are under arrest and taken to jail, and then it is worked out later. In other places, the police do a sort of a wink and a nod and say, hey, you guys, stop that and leave. So there's that much difference in the way it is handled.
I mean, it's almost like an invitation to say, hey, come move to my county.
Yeah.
Well,
that's an awful thought, that somebody would move to a county so they could get away with as much abuse as they could.
Well, yeah, that's true.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. Let's just say hi to somebody east of the Rockies. You're on the air.
Hello, Art. How you doing? This is Stephen from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Baton Rouge. All right.
All right. Hey, I was a little off the subject tonight, but I just wanted to tell you about something I read in Popular Mechanics magazine. I don't know if you get that magazine.
Oh, about what?
About the SETI program. Starting a new project, Argus.
I am well aware of Argus. Listen, I've got a break, and it's our nickel, so how about if I hold you over?
Sounds like a winner to me.
All right, then rest quietly, at ease, and we'll be right back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. We take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
You're back on the air again. Thank you for holding.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Project Argus. I just wanted to let people know over the airways, because they can get more of them involved than probably the magazine can, about Project Argus. And the name is, of course, based on the Greek mythological god Argus, who was all-seeing with millions of eyes.
Right.
And he could see everything at once.
Right.
So anyway, SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence program, lost its funding from the government, and a few scientists have been doing it cheaply, keeping it going. And they will nevertheless monitor literally millions, if not billions, of frequencies at the same time using large radio telescopes. It is what SETI was going to be, perhaps on a slightly smaller scale. You know what I wonder, though, sir? Yes.
If we did get a signal, would they tell us?
Well, they might now that the government's not involved.
I wouldn't hold your breath.
But I think it's a great idea to get, because this way they can be, with people all around the nation getting involved in it, we can have them pointed at all directions, just like Argus, all seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a good idea, though.
All right, I do too. As a matter of fact, I do too, but I do question, private or public, whether we would really be told. I mean, I wonder what their list of notification reads like. In case you receive a signal, notify the following people. Who do you think is at the top of the list? CBS? Dan Rather? Wolf Blitzer on CNN? Or do you think there are agency names toward the top of the list for notification? Or do you think there's more than one list? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello there.
Glad to have you. Where are you?
Oh, gosh, fabulous. I'm in Beaverton, Oregon on KEX.
Yes, sir.
I was calling regarding the bloodsucker, the goat sucker.
Yes.
I was thinking possibly that could be, the fault of the Yeti again.
Well, I don't see how.
Well, it's common knowledge that the Yeti's a finicky eater.
Well, I'll tell you what would be cool, though. To see a goat sucker Yeti fight. Now, turn your radio off, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm too far away from the radio.
Oh, okay. Well, then, thank you for the call, and have a good morning. People have got to have their radios close enough to get them off. Wouldn't you like to see a Yeti goat sucker fight? That'd be something to see. I once saw Habu Mongoose on Okinawa. Frankly, that was kind of brutal, and I didn't like it. But a Yeti Bigfoot fight? A Yeti Bigfoot fight. Yeti versus the goat sucker. That's a hard one to call. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there.
Hi.
Hi.
Who's this?
Frank Fitzsimmons.
Frank Fitzsimmons?
Yes. Turn your radio off, please.
Alrighty. It's off.
That's good.
I'm trying to reach Art Bell.
All right. Well, say the name Art Bell.
Art Bell.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Art Bell.
This is Laura.
Hi, Laura. What's up?
Oh, not much. I just love listening to you. Been listening to you for 2 years. And I called you once before, and we argued. I said you liked rabbits and your bunnies, and you said, no, I don't.
No, I don't. I don't like rabbits.
Well, I'm not calling to argue with you about that.
Thank you.
But I did call to tell you that I wanted to send you the cat trap. But I could never get through to you. But you got your cat.
Yes, we did.
And when you were talking about catching the second cat,
Yes.
Comet,
Yes.
and you were describing this and that and the other, I thought about a name for him. I said, oh, God, Wham Bam.
No, believe me, ma'am, Comet fits. Now, everybody's asking me about Comet. Comet is a wild, and I mean wild, cat that was living under my house. And I trapped him. And he went to the vets and got all his shots and tests for feline leukemia and all that stuff. And he is now home. Well, you have never seen a cat this wild. Ever have you seen a cat this wild? When we brought him home, he was still under anesthetic from having been at the vets. And we were sitting there, we care a lot, and we had him in a little bed. And we were sitting there watching him, and we saw him. He opened his eyes. He blinked his eyes 3 times and jumped 5.5 feet straight up into the air. It was the damnedest thing you ever saw. This cat, I have seen this cat jump over 6 feet vertically. Anyway, 5.5 feet up, straight up he went. And it's a long story, but he had never seen nor come near a human being before, obviously. And he is now beginning to slowly venture forth. And he'll come near me. But that's about all. And we make a little progress every day. He gets a little less wild. For the first day, he spent the day outside. He lives in our chest of drawers. That's the little nest he made for himself. But he's outgrown it. You see, we fooled him. We started feeding him science diet. And day by day, he's become fatter and fatter and fatter. And for the first time today, he could no longer crawl up into the chest of drawers. Must have been very disappointing for him. Yesterday, he was throwing clothes out, trying to make more room for himself. It was funny. Here comes all these underwear and socks flying out, and he's trying to clear a place. Now he can't get behind the chest of drawers anymore, so he's now living behind the bed, about half the time, and when he sees us, and he sees that we're watching him, he runs. He bit me. You know, he did a job on my hand, but he's become much better. The most he does now is hiss at me. If I get too close, it's like, hey, back off, sucker. I'll come to you when I'm ready. But he was truly a wild animal, and he's slowly taming out. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art Bell?
Yes.
This is Roger from Measury, Ohio.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Right now I'm down at Dayton. I've been attending the Hamvention.
Oh, lucky you. I would love to be at Dayton.
There's quite a few people down there. It's 3 days.
I bet.
And I'm about 25 miles from the Blue Room at the Air Force Base there.
Well, why not grasp the moment, sir, and go take a look?
I think they're holding some of my relatives hostage in there.
Oh, you do? You think you may be extraterrestrial in origin?
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder.
Yeah.
Why, I get up every morning about 2 o'clock and listen to you. I've been listening to you for about 3 years, and I work on VCRs and the old video disc RCA players, and I enjoy your program very much.
Well, I thank you, my friend. I, too, used to work on VCRs. I went to Sony's school, as a matter of fact, for VCRs, 3/4-inch pneumatics and so forth.
Yeah, I never went to school. I just sort of learned it on my own. And the old RCA video disc players, they're obsolete now, and Beta machines. And
Beta machines were actually superior to VHS, but VHS outmarketed them. And so now we have a format that's okay, but it's not as good as Beta was.
I like the Beta real well. I have a collection of them. Actually, I have about 20 Beta machines in my collection, and 30 of the RCA video disc players.
You have, my goodness, sir. My goodness, I'll say it again. That's incredible. Your house must look like a store. I, too, am a videophile. I love video. I love good video. Just love it, and I collect movies, so. There you go. I've got satellite dishes coming out my ears. Love the technology. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, have you ever seen the movie Hemp for Victory?
Hemp for Victory?
Yeah, it's a really good story. It was put up by the United States government. It's a war film.
Uh-huh.
It was right after marijuana had became illegal, and then all of a sudden, whoops, we needed it for production for the war effort.
Hemp for
ropes.
Victory, huh?
Yeah, for ropes and for a lot of products, oils and.
Sure.
And you probably would not have been able to win the Second World War without the plant. It was not too long after that they figured out how to make it into fiber, which was as good as cotton.
Well, I've said this a number of times. The Wall Street Journal a couple of years ago ran an article saying that legalizing hemp in its various forms would add about $500 billion to the tax base in America. $500 billion per year. That's a lot of money.
I think that we deserve that tax dollars, and I don't think that the police deserve to be able to take people's homes in lieu of it, and then we have cities fighting.
Look, sir, look, there's no question about it. Our laws with regard to marijuana are disproportionate and harmful even because it is a lie. And when you lie to children once, then you're leading them down the path. In other words, they try marijuana, their brain doesn't fry, they live through the experience, it's fairly mild compared to what they thought it was. Then they think, well, oh, cool, then sure, let me try some of this Coke.
Yeah.
Only it's not mild, it's not a lie, it's really bad, it really ruins lives, but they go ahead and they try it because lied to once, probably lied to twice in their opinion.
You know how the outgoing drug czar made the comments about Adidas putting out a shoe called the Hemp, and he was saying, oh, it's sending the wrong message to the children of America.
Yeah.
I guess he forgot about Coca-Cola and opium perfume and all of those products.
Yeah.
I really think that as a drug, it's probably one of the safest drugs known to man. and there's more medicines that can be made out of it.
Well, it
I
is.
suffer from lupus, and it really helps me.
Oh, well,
And I really
I've
think
heard
it
that
should be
there
low
are a lot
priority
of...
of the police.
I know, thank you. There are a lot of people who claim medical benefit from it. And I think that's a controversial argument. And a lot of doctors claim that there are drugs that better control nausea, better control glaucoma, and that may or that may not be. It is controversial, but there may be medical benefit. And I do say it is probably, truth be known, less harmful to society, less costful, of less cost to society than alcohol. However, it doesn't mean that it's harmless. Marijuana upon the lungs is a very harsh substance. That might be somewhat modified if it were commercially produced with filters, as cigarettes have, but it is very harsh, and there is nothing that you do of that sort that is without effect. All I say is we should not lie about it to our nation's children, because we do more harm than good when we do. We'll be right back. The Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Kathy from Portland, Oregon.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi. This is, well, I'm going to sound off the wall, but my mom has told me about your show, and I get really severe migraines. So severe that I haven't been able to work for quite some time. I had to retire. I'm only 43. They started getting really bad around December.
Have they looked for a physical cause?
Oh, yeah. They're genetic. Part of it's genetics. My dad gets them, my sisters get them, my son gets them.
Yeah, they're horrible.
Not like I do. But they increased in severity from about December until this past month.
Uh-huh.
I've been getting them on almost a daily basis.
Oh, boy.
And I've read the Migrainer's Handbook of Rights, because there were doctors I talked to, they sent me to specialists all over the place. And there were doctors I spoke with, and I'd tell them when the weather changed, I had a migraine coming on. Mm-hmm. I could tell when the weather was changing.
Yes.
And apparently they have found electromagnetic changes in the atmosphere can cause migraines. My mother told me that she had heard people on your show who have suffered from migraines, who have called you and told you in the northwestern region that they've been having migraine problems like mine, or rather like mine.
Yes, I've had calls.
Okay, for about the past 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had that earthquake in Seattle.
Yes.
Okay, earlier this month, and they interviewed a man from the city that was at the epicenter.
Yes.
He said, see, we haven't been getting this news in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
They don't talk about it on the TV stations. They play it down really low. My girlfriend in Kentucky said, oh, yeah, they're telling us Mount Rainier's going to go.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice. They haven't told us in Portland. Anyway, apparently they've been having almost daily earthquakes up there for the past 6 months. And right before our spring break quake, what we used to call, a few years back,
right,
I had the worst migraine of my life.
In other words, what you're doing is you're relating electromagnetic change preceding earth change or earthquakes or earth movement or even weather fronts to your condition.
Apparently, yes.
Yeah.
Apparently I'm sensitive to that, and apparently there are many other people who are too.
Yes.
And I tried to tell this to some of the doctors, and they acted like I was crazy, and I really thought I was for a while, until I started getting some affirmation. And I'm wondering, is there a group or organization or someone I can talk to about this? Because I've had this type of thing happen,
yes.
and I seem to be sensitive to this type of thing.
No, ma'am, I understand. Let's ask, and I will do that on the air right now. I have talked to many people who feel as that lady does, and that the pressures have been increasing. And I think it perfectly reasonable that some of you out there who are sensitive to these kinds of pressures feel them. And I would think that if you were subject to something like migraines, these kinds of pressures could easily be a trigger for that sort of thing. So I don't reject that at all. and I have had many similar calls, and if I don't know if there's a group. I would think that a lot of people would simply not relate what they're going through to anything of that sort. Any of the rest of you have anything to offer that lady? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art. This is Chris from Dawson Creek calling.
Dawson Creek, way, way up there.
Yeah, well, up there a little bit anyways.
It's not a little bit, that's a lot.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyways, about a week or two I talked to you, and you asked me the question, what would you like Americans to know about Canadians?
Yes.
And my answer was the government. And your response was, I don't think the Americans know about their government. And I'm sure that's very true because the Canadians probably don't really know a lot about our government either. And I thought about it, and I think what my response should have been, and I was talking to someone else, is that we're a very modern country. Mm-hmm. A lot of Americans seem to think that we live in igloos, that we're some barren land, and that we have gravel roads or...
Well, to some degree you do. I've got some gravel roads here. Now, Dawson Creek is, after all, a fairly rural part of your country.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but we have paved roads and very modern houses and...
Oh, yes.
And satellites and cable TV.
Come on, tell them the truth. You're calling from an igloo. You know you...
All right, yeah.
You know, I've got one other question that I want to spring on you.
What is that?
That is, do you think that Canadians have the same kind of national identity as Americans do?
That is a very hard question.
I know.
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there is so much difference, like with Quebec.
Yeah, oh yes.
And almost 50% of people in Quebec want to leave our country.
I'm afraid that I'm beginning to believe that it is going to occur.
I'm really scared about it.
Well, most of the Canadians that call from the western provinces that I talk to, you know, they're pretty fed up, and their attitude is, well, Quebec, if you want to leave, then don't let the door hit you in the tail end as you go. You know, they're getting fed up with it.
Yeah, well, that's really not my attitude, because it would really split up our country.
Would you say, Quebec, stay, we love you?
I don't know if I would go that strong. Like after the...
Listen, I gotta go. We're at the news. Thanks for the call. You
nice
take care.
talking to you.
We'll be back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 17th of May, 1996.
That's what we are. Live, unscreened, anything goes talk radio. And I never know what we're going to do here. We just sort of do it. So welcome. Remember, if you're outside the USA, you can still call us toll free. Get hold of the AT&T operator or the AT&T USA Direct Access number for your country. Dial it or have the operator dial 800-893-0903. That's, don't put the one in there, just 800-893-0903. Internationally. I think that I will follow the advice of, or the plea for, an unusual line. So I am going to establish, instead of my first-time caller line, I'm now going to restrict that single number to 2 categories of people, both of them very interesting. Aliens and immortals. The ANI line. The ANI line. Aliens and immortals. Now, what do we mean? Well, first of all, when we say aliens, we mean people who are not from this planet. We don't mean people who think they might be descendant of an alien or something. We mean real aliens. Them. Those guys or gals. Actually from somewhere else on a mission here to Earth, or sometimes they claim to be stranded here on Earth. So that would qualify you as an alien from another star system, not another country. We've got plenty of those. Another star system, or even a nearby planet. I mean, who knows? And then the second category of people would be immortals. I've not heard from an immortal in, a good 3 weeks. These would be people who don't die. Not those of you who don't think you're going to die, but those of you who have been around for at least, what do you say, folks, 150 years minimum, 200 years? Something beyond, reasonably beyond the normal span of life. There are many out there who actually claim that they have lived that long, some of them even thousands of years. So, I hereby restrict the following number to aliens and or immortals. Area code 702-727-1222. You'd be very surprised how many people claim to be in one of these categories these days. And we always question them and interview them about why they're here and what they're doing and how long they've been here. And if they're immortal, we try and pin down how they've done it. We've had some pretty gory descriptions of how they've done it. But anyway, aliens and immortals, the A&E line at area code 702-727-1222. East of the Rockies, you're on. Call the wildcard lines, area 702-727-1295. Okay, we're going to have to start again, partner, because you're not allowed to give your last name on the air. That's one of our only rules, no last names.
Okay, sorry about that.
So your first name is?
Al.
From Spartanburg?
Spartanburg,
there it is, yeah, okay.
The first thing is, I was wondering if you could give any information about broadcasting on shortwave. Have you found anything else out about that?
No, it probably is not going to be manifested until summer. What we've got to do to broadcast on shortwave, we believe, is get a satellite to bump us across the Atlantic Ocean so that we can come down in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
And we're talking to some Eastern European, very high-powered broadcasters who need some good old American currency, hard currency, and have the big signals over Europe and Asia.
Okay.
And we're talking to them. So it's all underway, but something like that doesn't happen overnight. People think it happens overnight.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
I can understand that.
So it's in the works.
All right. And the second thing is, my office, we've adopted this stray cat, and I've been wanting to test out that cat screech or whatever to see what it does to this cat, and I haven't had a chance to record any of your broadcasts until tonight, so I was wondering if you could do that for me.
Well, is your cat wild?
It's pretty tame. I mean, we let it into the office and we feed it, and he's pretty much got used to people now.
Is your cat there now?
He's not, but I'm recording it, so
you're recording.
So I can play it back.
All right. Well, let me give the audience warning so that I don't shred laps out there. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Coming right up. All right, everybody. If you now have a cat on your lap, remove it. Trust me, you don't want a cat on your lap when I play this. This sound is guaranteed to absolutely drive any cat totally insane. I believe this, just my own belief, I believe this to be the sound of a cat getting its tail stepped on. At least that's what it sounds like to me. And it must be real because this sound really does freak out cats. I guess they all know it. The dreaded foot on the tail, that I think they all fear. Anyway, they know that sound. I mean, they know that feeling. And so I'm now going to play the cat sound. If you wish, turn your radio up and observe your cat at a safe distance. That's my advice to you. Now, there's the occasional cat that's lazy as hell and doesn't care. But I assure you, the majority of cats go crackers when they hear this. Now, what did your cat do? I'll repeat it here in a little while, just in case you missed it. But it's, the people I really feel sorry for? The ones that are listening in bed. Cats love to get on bed and sleep with you, down toward the bottom. And that sound, drives a cat insane. Absolutely insane. I've got computers all over the house, and I put that sound, it's a wave, and I put it in so that when I go into Windows, it makes that sound, or when I exit Windows, it makes that sound. And I've got, of course, 3 cats in my household. And they all are slowly becoming, by the day, more neurotic. All right, on my A&E line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bill. This is Davros from the planet Skaro.
Skaro?
Skaro.
I've got to learn to say it correctly. The planet name one more time.
Skaro.
Where would that be, roughly?
It is near Gallifrey.
That place, is it?
Yes, that place.
What are you doing here on Earth?
We are here to establish bases in our battle with the Mavillans, and we shall seek, locate, and exterminate any who interfere with us.
Isn't that a little warlike?
Sure enough.
Somehow, when many of us here on Earth think of you people from elsewhere, we think of you as having transcended our warlike tendencies. Not true, huh?
Not true. Not true at all. There are plenty of us around, and we are going to be the masters of the universe and take over everything.
And what will we then be to you?
Serfs.
Serfs?
Serfs.
Slaves?
Slaves.
Slaves and serfs. Great. All right, well, thank you. That's depressing. Wouldn't you think that somebody from another galaxy, another place, would have transcended the need for war, even if we haven't? Even if we're still the good old warlike Americans that we've always been, somehow you would think that the others would have transcended that. But I guess not. Maybe that's not true at all. And maybe the ones that do end up ruling are the most warlike of all. Klingons. Let's see. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
I was wondering if, you're a ham radio operator. You must have listened down on 38945.
38945?
Yeah, you hear all the junk that goes down. It makes CBers look good.
Do you mean
75 meters?
Yeah, well, 38945 would be 38 megahertz.
Yeah, or 3.894.
There you are, 3894. 0.5?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you got to put the decimal in there, or we don't know what you're talking about. 3894.5. Why are they?
Every single night they're out there playing music and noise and
really
computer game noises, and it's just sickening. And I've written to the FCC, but they don't seem to care. A friend of mine says they've been out there for years on that frequency.
Yeah. Well, the FCC has reduced its monitoring, as you know.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I think the best thing to do is to sort of just shame them into good behavior.
Well, this is a good way to do it.
I'm sure that's what you had in mind when you called.
That's exactly what I had in mind.
All right, 3894.5. Shame.
Yeah, if you want a good laugh, make the CBers look good.
All right,
Go
sir.
and take a listen.
Yeah, I will. Thank you for the call. Well, I've had a lot of fun with ham radio over the years too. Not playing music and stuff, but you're not supposed to do that. But I've always thought ham radio was a little stiff. Now there's a line there though, and hams are supposed to have decorum that transcends the citizens band, and that line has been a little blurred of late. Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Going once, going twice, gone. Wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, hey, Art. Yeah, this is Ward Answer 492 out here in Portland, Oregon, not Oregon.
I've got you.
That's for you. You pronounce it correctly. This is for all you other people out there. But, hey, I got a Chupatina sighting.
Call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. Yeah, well, you know I won't air that kind of thing, so why do you bother?
Oh, no, I mean, be a psychopath.
I see.
Well, keep up the good work out there. Hey, get somebody on there that can give me some specifications for making a 150 mile per hour carburetor.
150 mile per gallon carburetor?
You're correct. You got me there.
Those guys have been frozen cryogenically, and they're being kept at a special site at an oil company.
Are you sure it's not Area 51? Hey, The Quickening. Have you ever watched Highlander, the series?
I really have not. I'm of course aware of it.
Oh, okay. So they have a Quickening in there. Plus, they said Quickening also on Interview with the Vampire.
Oh yes, that's right. Well, it's been in many things, I guess. And I just finally sort of personally coined the term because I didn't have any better way to explain it. I just didn't have any better way to explain it, folks. What's going on? The really, truly pathetic condition of society. Children killing children. The financial situation that we're all in right now. And where we're headed with that. The political situation, the way it has deteriorated. I finally just attached that name to it, and it seemed to kind of stick. Not that I was the first to use it, because I wasn't. I'm sure it's, Highlander used it, I am told, and others. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
My radio.
Yes, get that radio.
Chuck from San Diego.
Hi, Chuck.
Hey, I was trying to call last night. We were doing all the Freeman stuff. I had a really good conundrum posed to me, and let me pose it to you. 3 questions. If we had to choose between life and death, by the way, there's no right answers here. You're not being trapped. Between life and death, what would we choose? What would you choose?
I'm not sure of the circumstance that.
Well, it's not important.
What do you mean? If I had to choose between life and death, I would choose life.
Okay. If you had to choose between choice and no choice, what would you choose?
Choice and no choice?
Yeah.
I'd choose choice.
If you had to choose between life and choice, what would you choose?
I wouldn't make that choice because I would assume as long as I have life, I have choice.
Aha. Well, that's the point of it is that it's interesting the way that question is answered depending on where one lives in the world.
Well, one lives in America. That's me anyway. So,
yeah, exactly.
As long as I have life, I have choice.
Well, then perhaps that's what's going on with the Freeman. I personally think that...
I think this latest news about the Freeman is very concerning. How, I take it you are sympathetic,
No, I am not.
You're not.
I think they're a bunch of...
You do?
Punks and criminals.
Well, it's very, very disturbing. If they're holding people against their will, then I tell you, it's a whole different trip. I don't know if that's true. We've got 2 reports. One, a fax, the other, a confirmation of having heard it on CBS. If that's true, it's a real problem.
Well, it is a real problem. I think that, I think they're really just crybabies who, want money. And I think it's nothing more than that. I think they're crying about people taking stuff away from them. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, the Federal Reserve, et cetera.
Yeah, I know. All right, thank you. I don't go along with that. I have people call me constantly and say, well, the Freemen are just doing what the Federal Reserve is doing, and we all know that's wrong. They're printing money out of nothing, and if the Fed can do it, then the Freemen can do it. That's what I hear. Well, the argument about the Federal Reserve aside for just a second, maybe it's all wrong. All right? Suppose I concede to you that it's wrong. Does that mean that it's okay for us to do wrong? I don't think so. I don't think so. Wrong is wrong. And if you're bitching and moaning, complaining about the Fed, then how do you figure that individuals have any right, based on that wrong, to commit wrong themselves? That isn't the way it works. You don't justify one wrong with another, or a perceived wrong with a real wrong, or however you want to look at it. Wrong is wrong. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
Hey, I was wanting to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
By the way, this is Mark from Missouri.
Yes, Mark.
Oh man, now I forgot. First, here's one of the things, like the Freemen are talking about, how they think the Fed is doing, something wrong. What is that exactly that the Fed is supposed to be doing?
Well, yes, sir. They would take the position that constitutionally, the Fed has no place printing money, creating money without backing, blah, 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 that the Constitution says that Congress shall be the only institution to coin money, and that it shall be backed by gold, and so forth and so on.
Right.
And Congress, of course, gave authority to the Fed many years ago to begin doing these things. The reason and the thinking behind it at the time was that you don't have the people who do the spending in control of the piggy bank.
Right.
And
that makes sense.
Frankly, that's a fairly sound concept. Now, constitutionally, strictly, they're very much against that, and they are contending that, look, if the Fed can do this and create money virtually out of nothing, and it's not constitutional, then we can do that too. And we can be a law unto ourselves.
Okay.
Are you beginning to get the idea?
Yeah, I think I understand now. I just wasn't sure about, why they, I had heard before, that, the Congress had given the Fed control to be able to do that, or Congress was given control, but I wasn't sure why they, exactly thought that they were doing something wrong.
Well, that's it. Thank you very much. And that controversy aside, even if they're right, technically, and they technically are correct, one wrong does not justify another. It's as simple as that. It never does. Never, never, never. We'll be back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 17th of May, 1996. Premier Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 17th, 1996.
Normally that would be true, but I am reserving what would normally be my first-time caller line for aliens and immortals. Now, let us qualify what we mean by aliens. People not of Earth. People not of Earth. And with regard to immortals, I don't want to hear from anybody who says, oh, well, I've been back several times. I'm immortal. My soul goes from person to person. I'm reincarnated. No, we're talking real immortals here. People who've lived 150, 200, 500, 1,000 years. There are many out there who claim this. So aliens and or immortals only at area code 702-727-1222. And I'm qualifying people on that line, so don't think you can call and just sort of wiggle your way in. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, I'm calling about the chupacabra.
Yes.
Well, today I'm in junior high in 8th grade.
You're in 8th grade, all right.
I was sitting in my Spanish class and I asked the teacher about the chupacabra.
Yes.
And she just started screaming at me like I was like some Satan child.
Maybe you are.
I hope not. It's a Catholic school.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe her attitude, your teacher's attitude, is it a she?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Maybe her attitude is that the chupacabra is of the devil.
Oh, no, she had a reason. Because, she told me that I had to stay after class because I had said this. So after class I went to her and she said that, if you live in Mexico and you cheat on your wife, you're considered a goat. So if you're a goat sucker, it's like, well, it's kind of disgusting.
Well, that is not, in fact, what's going on in Mexico. So she had it wrong, period. It is not those who cheat who end up with the two little holes in their neck. What's going on in Mexico is real. And though there are a lot of jokes going around about it, the fact of the matter is there is a creature out there killing sheep, goats, chickens, and now, unfortunately of late, people, and it is attacking them. And there has been all kinds of veterinary evidence to indicate that these animals have all the blood taken from them. A lot of people said, well, it's just a bat. Well, without getting too gory, bats bite necks and then effectively lap what blood comes out up. That's how a bat does it, a vampire bat. And there are vampire bats. This is a whole new problem. This involves creatures having all of the blood removed from their bodies by whatever this damn thing is. Imagination, no. I have seen and have videotape of literally hundreds of animals that they have examined. Some not. Some they've just shaved and looked for the marks and found the two marks. Typically, there are 2 marks on the outside of the neck and inside 4 marks. Now, figure that one out, if you will. On my alien immortal line, you're on the air. Hello. Well, you would have been. Too bad. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes. Hi, this is Wendy in California.
Hi, Wendy.
And I have something to say about the chupacabra.
All right.
When I was going to college, I took a history class,
Mm-hmm.
and they told us when the Spanish were searching for gold.
Yes.
With the Mayans.
Yes.
There was a group of them that got caught in a cave-in, under the city.
Sure.
And they found them, and they had all the blood sucked out of them, and that they could the things were making marks on the like bones, and they thought it was vampire bats. But as you said, the bats don't suck the blood.
No, they actually don't. And whatever this is doing that.
So I thought that might be like evidence from history that it's not new, that it could be.
It easily could. It could be something old, something modified, who knows what it is. It was the banner headline in the Arizona Republic in Phoenix yesterday. Mm-hmm. For those who think it's not hitting the regular press, wrong-o, it is.
I saw a news story on television, and they showed a picture of the dead body they found that was supposedly drowned.
Yes.
And it was horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible.
I know it's real.
Yeah.
Keep the light on.
Thank you.
Yeah, see you later. Yeah, keep the light on. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, where are you?
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was hearing about that thing called the quickening. I've only been a listener for a few weeks. And something I had come up where I work might be similar to that.
Like what?
Well, I work with a large telecommunications company, and they have been implementing a bunch of artificial intelligence programs that take the place of people. And they routed a bunch of the lab people down to Atlanta because they're having trouble there. The equipment grabs up all the memory and takes over, and they can't process calls. It kills them, kills the calls. I'm a little nervous.
Well, in other words, you're trying to suggest that a machine may be making decisions on its own?
It's actually getting consciousness, they think. The best they can figure out. It's just
okay, where is, no, this is fascinating. Where is this again, please?
Well, it's happened at several places. The lab guys that come from, what used to be AT&T, it's Lucent now.
Uh-huh.
But they don't talk to us. I'm just a regular technician. They talk among themselves in the cafeteria.
You've heard the rumors, huh?
Yeah, they're trying like crazy to get this thing figured out before the Olympic Games come, and that's
that's a hell of a story.
That's one of the reasons why they're putting a big cellular network all around Atlanta, because they don't have these artificial intelligence things in the cellular system yet. But the regular phone system could just die deader than a doornail if this sucker, if it gets conscious and starts doing things on its own again. It's, already killed a couple systems in a couple other cities.
All right, sir. I appreciate the comment, believe me, and what you have raised is absolutely been a point of fascination for me forever. As we get faster and faster processors, as we get so much memory available, it is, in fact, I believe, possible one day that the processing speed, and I have no idea how far they've gone. I mean, they're beyond the craze. But one day, a machine may assume what we recognize as consciousness, which I believe is self-awareness and decision-making, without input, without additional input. So I don't rule out such a thing as possible. At what speed, with what kind of storage would such a thing occur? I don't have the slightest idea. Could it already have occurred? Yes. Would the technicians tending such a machine have the you-know-what scared out of them? Yes, I would imagine so. And would they try to stop it? Yes, I would think so, because you want to be in command. Man wants to be in command of machines, not the other way around. On my alien immortal line, you're on the air. Is that it? You sound pretty weird to me. You are an alien, obviously. From what planet do you come? Why are you here? All right, we'll leave that one alone right there. I know there are machines that can do that voice. This was done to me about 2 years ago, and the first time someone did that to me, it scared the hell out of me. But now I've learned there are machines that can do that. Well, that doesn't rule out the fact that it could have been real, but that was very well done, I must say. I want one of those machines. I said that then, and I still don't have one. I want one of those machines that can do that to your voice. Doesn't that give you the heebie-jeebies to hear it? East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Well, hello, Art Bell. How are you?
I'm all right.
This is TJ from Minneapolis.
Yes, sir.
Something I tried, and I've always wondered, I was always going to call and ask if you've tried it yourself. I'm not talking at your house, I'm talking in a restaurant. Have you ever had cat?
No. I would never have cat.
Not even to try it?
No.
I'm not talking...
That's disgusting. You mean...
No, it's not disgusting.
Yes, it is, too.
No, they serve it in restaurants.
They do not.
They do.
They do not.
It's sauteed in a cream sauce. It's very good.
No, they don't.
Yes, come to Minneapolis.
No, oh, come on.
Come to Minneapolis. You can get it in restaurants.
Minneapolis cat. What do you have, a little menu choice, tabby or
no.
Persian? or
No. It's under a French name. I don't speak French, but...
Le cat.
I don't know. Don't speak French.
I think that's disgusting.
But it's very good.
You actually ate a cat?
I actually ate cat twice. It's very good.
Well, I love cats, and so I think that's absolutely disgusting.
Well, you'd love them even more if you ate them.
Yeah. Yeah. Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, this is Chris in Wenatchee.
Would you eat a cat?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, me either. That's
okay,
disgusting.
I've been sending you some faxes about being immortal.
Oh? Are you immortal?
Yes, I am, and I'd like to state that I never said that I actually changed bodies.
How long have you lived?
About 240 years.
240 years. You sound young now. How old chronologically are you now?
19.
19.
Boy, that'd be a good age to stop. 19.
Well, my other name is the Crow.
The Crow.
Yes.
At 19, would you not be trapped eternally by your own hormonal imbalance?
I guess so.
In other words, I recall when I was 19, and boy.
Well, it's kind of hard because, I mean, you feel differently. You feel adult. You feel,
Well, look, I know, even though you're not. Let me probe a little here. What is it that stopped your aging process, do you think?
Actually, I was shot.
You were shot?
Yeah, and my soul absorbed, I don't know, it felt like an energy, and it sucked. Like, it felt like I was pulling energy away from other people. It's taken me a long time to figure this out, but I've pulled energy from another person, from the people around me, and kept my soul alive. And my physical body actually died, and I'm actually just using the energy from my soul to move my body around.
Which requires the energy of others.
Yes.
And how do you absorb that energy, psychically, or do you have to get down there with the chupacabra?
Well, actually, it's easier to do it the kind of grisly way, but I'd rather not go into details about that.
I'd probably rather you didn't either.
You can use, like, telekinesis, but unfortunately the person's life has to end to absorb the energy.
Unfortunately. I guess I would ask this. Are you pleased that you have lived this long? Is it a blessing or a curse?
Actually, I've realized that people have gotten a lot more dangerous than they used to be.
Oh, they have, yes.
I mean, it's become a very almost sickening world. It used to be that you could go out on the street and people wouldn't.
That's right.
People wouldn't, if they said hello, they wouldn't mug you afterward. And I've been beat up and slashed.
Well, all right, yes. What happens to you if you receive a serious wound?
Actually, it heals the normal way. It takes about as long as it would take for a human.
Really?
Normal.
Uh-huh.
To heal, but it's not immortal. It causes me pain, but it can't be fatal. And it really hurts. Because, like I said, I've been stabbed, and it really hurts.
It really hurts, yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine that. But then you heal at roughly a normal rate.
Yeah.
Fascinating. And so you've watched America change. In fact, you've watched America from its beginnings.
Yeah, actually, I came over here from Britain. My accent's obviously changed, but I came over here from Britain at about 1835, and that was actually a very interesting period. In fact, I'd rather prefer, if I could stop time, I'd prefer to stay in that time rather than the 1990s, because people seem so sinister nowadays.
Well, time marches on, and apparently you're going to march with it.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much for the call. There you have it. There is a serious person who says he's immortal. Could that be, you ask yourself, could anybody be immortal? Probably. Why do I say that? Because there are exceptions to literally everything. Everything else on earth that I know of, there are exceptions to. There are people who have had absolutely fatal cancer, who have gone into total remission, cancer gone. There are prostitutes in Africa who are immune to AIDS. Immune. They're studying them now. They're immune to AIDS. So for the most deadly things we know of on earth, though they may be few, there are exceptions to everything. We believe, many people believe, there is a genetic trigger for age. That you're programmed to have a certain cycle. Building when you're very young, with cells multiplying, And then, at some point, early on actually, the whole thing reverses. Cells begin to die, and you slowly begin to die. It's the nature of the human being. But not necessarily all. So what do you think? Could there be such a thing as immortals? Or do you think that young fellow would it be cool to be eternally 19? I'm not so sure about that. I am now 50. I'm half a century. And I like it at 50. I really do, and I don't think I'd want to be 19 again. I remember frustrations and drives at 19 that I'm not sure I could handle for eternity. How about you? Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rickmeister Gerhardt, conservative in California.
Conservative radical.
About the carbon dating?
Yes.
For radiocarbon dating, we need to deal only with organic material.
I kind of thought that was the case. I wouldn't think metals would be.
No, not at all. So, like, the perfect thing for that would be like the charcoal remains from a campfire or bone material or something like that.
I've got you.
So this is,
well, I'm very glad you answered that for us.
I was trained as an archaeologist, and I finally got to use it. Say, Art, something very serious is going on with the Whitewater trial you may not have heard about.
Well, jury's out.
The Arkansas Press Democrat, a Clintonista newspaper, there's a reporter in that newspaper who has, in a story, published the names, the addresses, and even the photographs of the jurors.
Oh, that's not good. Listen, I've got a break. You want to hold?
Yes, sir.
Stand by. We'll be back to you.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Somewhere in Time with Art Bell. Continue. Courtesy of Premier Networks.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. My name is Art Bell. We come to you from the high desert in the great American Southwest. And I guess I've got something I want to say here, something additional. And that is, I think that a lot of the other talk hosts that are attacking me are doing so because they don't understand. They simply don't understand that occasionally the American people can rise to entertainment. The American people can rise to subjects other than political subjects. They can rise to subjects other than anti-government subjects. That there are other things in life to talk about. There's fun to be had. There are, we get serious plenty of times here. In fact, so very serious. But at other times, I allow the show to drift. I allow fun things to happen. I do things just offhand because I want to do them. And frankly, these other talk show hosts are losing audience. In fact, talk radio, which is now on top of its game, or at least has been, is beginning to suffer. And I clearly, years ago, understood why and understand why now. It is because everybody's coming at it from this cookie-cutter formula of how it ought to be done. And years ago, I decided I wasn't going to do that. That's all. I just wasn't going to do that, and so I don't. And I do things that to other talk show hosts are outrageous or crazy. Sometimes crazy. And it's just fun. It's just a reflection, a more general reflection of real life than this constant never-ending drumbeat of frankly, hatred. And I just can't take it. And I won't take it. I won't do that 5 hours a night. And what's happened is that the public, not the other talk show hosts, but the public, the listening public, is receptive to it. Everywhere we touch down, we're coming out number one. Los Angeles in 2 books, boom, number one. San Diego, number one in survey after survey. Portland, Seattle, Spokane. Numbers that talk radio, frankly, hasn't seen in years and years and years and years. And I'm thankful for it. I just came on and did what I wanted to do, which was have an open forum, not screen calls. To a lot of people, you've got to screen to death. If you don't screen and you don't get callers who just sound just right and agree with you in every respect, why, you're just never going to make it. It's just the biggest fallacy that ever was. And any talk show host, in my opinion, worth their salt can handle whatever comes along. Now, if it's crazy or it's non-productive, you just go on to the next call. But if it's interesting, a little off-center, a little off-beat, a little weird, so what? So what? Why be scared of it? If you're on your feet, you can handle it. And I guess in a way I'm talking to whatever other talk show hosts are out there blasting away at me. I would say to you, you better take a good look at what's working and why it's working. And instead of getting upset at the fact that it's working, examine what you're doing. We'll be right back. Now back to Mr. Rick Meister Gerhardt. You're back on the air.
Thank you, sir. To quickly recap,
the jury.
There's a trial going on in Arkansas right now on the Whitewater deal. The defendants are Jim and Susan McDougal, who were head of the Madison Savings and Loan.
Right.
And their co-defendant is the current governor of Arkansas, Jim Guy Tucker.
Right.
Now, a newspaper in Arkansas called the Arkansas Press-Democrat has a reporter by the name of Catherine Keeley, Kieley. And this reporter has published a story where the names, the addresses, and even the photographs of the people on the jury have been published.
When did that occur?
I'm not sure when exactly it was, this week, or maybe even a couple of days ago. I'm not sure.
Wait. Do you have a copy of it?
No, I don't, but this newspaper is on the Internet. So perhaps we could find out more from that on that.
Well,
I don't have a computer.
All right. I appreciate the call, and we'll look for some corroborating evidence of that. That's horrible if it's true. Horrible if it's true. Why would anybody publish the names and addresses of jurors? I will take that with a grain of salt until I know otherwise. I just can't imagine why anybody would do that. Hi, Art. Tonight on pay-per-view was the Ultimate Fighting Championship 9. It was the most boring one I've seen yet. Yeah, see, they started to get boring, I told you. I've seen better fights at the bingo parlor on our local senior citizen center night. I've had root canals that were bloodier. I'm sure a chupacabra would starve to death on the amount of bloodshed in this competition. I can't wait till UFC 10. Daryl from Portland. Well, I'm glad then I didn't buy it. I watched one of the early ones, and it was really cool. But as the UFC has progressed, it's becoming, it seems to me, more mainline, sort of more rules, and less blood and gore, and less really let's get it on and until somebody drops. That's what it seemed like in the beginning, and then they moved away from that. It got boring, so I haven't paid my money for it recently. I mean, they ought to just keep it the way they began it. So many things are ruined, it seems to me, by change. Hi, Art. On the surface, the Argus project to listen for extraterrestrial radio signals sounds interesting, but the odds of hearing any sort of off-world signals are nearly beyond calculation. I don't know. Here on Earth, and through the millions of years of Earth's history, we've been reliably using radio for a mere 70 to 80 years. At this point in time, we're on the brink of moving to digital communication modes that sound just like normal background noise and are indecipherable if you don't have the proper decoding equipment. Now, that's true. Conventional radio may be around another 70 or 80 years. What are the chances of our use of conventional radio technology for 150 years or so, overlapping with some off-world civilizations' use of the same type of technology at some point in the millions of years of their planet's history? Moreover, do we really want anyone out there to know we're here? I understand the Arecibo radio telescope in Puerto Rico has been used to transmit radio signals to deep space in recent years. Could this be the reason unearthly, leathery-looking little fellows with red eyes have been flocking to Puerto Rico and the Americas? Have the chupacabras locked on to the welcoming Arecibo beacon and followed it to Earth, where they found a motherlode of warm-blooded creatures to feed upon? Instead of trying to contact extraterrestrial life forms, I think we need to shut off all these radio beacons with their sappy, touchy-feely welcome messages. You never know what kind of scumbags, freeloaders, and or bloodsuckers might show up if you leave your door open and ask anyone to feel free to drop in. Bob in Ketchikan, Alaska. Bob, that bears some serious thought, and I appreciate that fax. Good morning. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Good evening. Is that Art?
Yes, this is Art. Hello.
Wonderful. I have information for you about the machine that the alien used a few minutes ago.
Oh, yes?
I found it yesterday on the Internet. They are selling telephone that can disguise your voice in 16 different ways for $59.95.
$59.95. That
That's
seems
all.
seems
Regular
like
telephone. I just found it by accident. It's called Electronic Gift Shop. And I was just cruising the internet, and I found it.
I see.
It's
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Auckland, New Zealand. I called you yesterday.
Yes, Auckland, New Zealand. I thought I recognized your voice.
And they claim, at least on the internet, that a little girl can disguise her voice as a mature adult, so that if you leave a girl in the house alone, when people call, they will not think that there is just a girl alone, and you can disguise the situation.
That's a pretty good idea, huh?
I thought so.
Well, I'll be doggone. All right, thank you very much for that. From Auckland, New Zealand, on our international line. So I've got to get one of those. Somebody has sent me an ad here, and I'd love to get one. Wire it into the board here so I could every now and then do a voice I wanted. That'd be cool. So I'm going to have to get one of those. You know me and gadgets. Dear Art, I was shocked to hear that you were disappointed in the first half of the George Carlin cable special. Sounds like you have very strong views about abortion. I guess that would take away from the humor aspect. Too bad. I personally do not share the views, either way, and enjoyed the whole 60 minutes. Well, I don't know. I guess I do have, look, I'm not an extremist with regard to abortion, but I do think that it is the taking of life, and I do believe, if you want to know, that when there is conception, that is the beginning of a life. I believe that. I'm not crazed about it. I don't go marching in front of abortion clinics, that sort of thing. I believe in exceptions for the life of the mother. Rape and incest. To me, it's insane to make some woman bear a child after she's been raped. Have we lost our minds? You know, it could destroy that woman forever. Psychologically, absolutely destroy her. Or incest. Do we wish to birth impaired children, physically, mentally impaired children? No. No. So I believe in those exceptions, and I don't know, an occasional exception if a woman gets pregnant, despite our best efforts, birth control and all the rest of it, and bearing that child would harm her significantly psychologically, then, when it's a balance of a life versus a life. So in other words, I do believe it's life, but I'm not crazed about it. But in the first half of, any of the rest of you happen to see it, the Carlin special? George Carlin, I grew up with him, like a lot of you did. And when he was commenting on life in general, he was really funny. You know, our bodily processes, whatever. The guy was a riot. But in the first half of his new special running on HBO, he takes off on the abortion question, and frankly, I found it I didn't laugh. To me, it was in bad taste. Really in bad taste. So that's the way I reacted to it. Maybe it was just my mood at the time, but I thought it was in bad taste. That's me. I mean, I can see that if you were pro-choice, it might be a riot. But I sort of sat there and I didn't feel like it was a riot at all. Just like I don't think eating cats is a riot either. Dear Art, regarding that jerk in Minneapolis who said that he ate cat twice, if he really did, and they really do, they do serve cat there, then let's hope for an outbreak of especially nasty mad cat disease. Liberal Sioux in Illinois. Well, I just can't imagine anybody eating a cat. Look, I know they're animals like any other animals, but they're animals that I love, and we all have our hang-ups, don't we? And I know that the Hindus would totally freak if to eat a cow. Don't do that. But I love cats, and I would never, 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 never eat a cat. Never. I don't even want to hear about it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, Art.
Yes.
Yeah. You're off the air here in the East, so I can only guess at your topic.
Well, where are you?
I'm calling you from East Hampton, Connecticut.
Okay.
First, briefly, did you come to any conclusions as to if Edgar Mitchell convinced Richard Hoagland or vice versa in either way?
Well, the interview was absolutely incredible, and I'm still digesting the way it went. How much of it did you get to hear?
I heard all, but it kind of faded in and out. I have you on WHAM, which is
in Rochester.
Yeah, and it kind of goes in and out at that time of the day. And,
yes.
But I heard all but like the last 5 minutes of it.
All right, what we're going to do tomorrow night, and I believe WHAM does carry it, we're going to repeat the interview beginning in the first hour. So that the 3 hours of interview will be carried in toto by those radio stations that carry the first 3 hours, typically WHAM, for example.
Yeah.
It was magical, is all I can say. And I think that Edgar Mitchell, I guess if you want my assessment, over the 3 hours, they found more to agree on than I would have thought they could have in a million years. And Edgar Mitchell, by the end of it, it's a remarkable thing to hear, agreed to look more closely at Mr. Hoagland's evidence.
Great.
Okay?
Yeah.
So,
Can I do something else?
Yes.
All right. The quickening.
Yes.
I have thought for some time that there has been like an increase in the life force, if you will, an increase in the rate of dispensation of it or whatever.
Right.
And I think that the effect in the earth plane, if you will, that happens is that if you have been searching for the truth and if your consciousness has been raised because of it, I think that the quickening will enlighten you more and more, make you more and more aware of the truth. And I think that if you've been dodging the truth, and if you've been not really doing what you're supposed to do in the earth existence, and that is to learn and to be, I think that it'll have a destructive effect on you where you become out of control and perhaps flip out, if you will, and just commit mayhem, go nuts, get on drugs.
Well, we've got a lot of people doing all of the latter, don't we?
Yes, we do.
All right, sir, I've got to run. Thank you. In Connecticut. It's a very, very profoundly serious topic. And there is something very much wrong going on now. And I call attention to it because I believe that that is the only way that we are going to ultimately correct it. Knowledge of a problem always comes before a resolution to it. And the resolution to this particular problem is only going to come one soul at a time. That's my view of it, anyway. But man cannot live by serious, profound, earth-shaking topics. Otherwise, after a while, it becomes totally indigestible. So I try to do things that are fun every now and then. Branch away from the more serious brand of talk radio or politics or whatever it is that the normal fare is out there, and just have fun. Now to my alien line. You are on the air.
How you doing?
I'm doing very well.
I have to admit to something. I used to be a bartender on another alien planet.
You mean to say... Now, see, right away I'm disappointed, because you mean people drink?
Well, they don't, but we forced them to.
You force them to?
Yes, sir. And a rum and coke on another planet is called a Cuba Libre. And every time you guys say that word, I think I can never say the correct pronunciation of that alien, because I'm going to say it's a Cuba Libre, and then I'm going to call in and say it, and I just want to start off with saying I cannot pronounce that word.
Well, that's all right. I can barely pronounce it myself.
Let me ask you one question. On the radio show before you, at least where I'm at, out here in XYZ, there was a guy that
excuse
called
me,
in about
XYZ?
Let me just say XYZ, because I don't want to go into it.
All right.
It's a long way away from you.
All right.
Anyway, somebody called in on another radio station, Jim Bohannon, if I can say that.
Yeah.
He mentioned that there seems to be a series of things that are happening. Secretary Brown dies in a plane crash. Secretary Colby dies in a canoe crash. And the head of the Navy killed himself.
Let's keep it straight. He was a retired CIA director, Colby.
Well, I'm sorry, but at
that's
the time.
all right. And then, as you point out, the chief. Yes.
The Navy general
Yes.
kills himself, and we're thinking about going into Liberia.
We are in Liberia, sir.
Well, we're thinking about going crazy there. What he was trying to say is maybe these deaths are somehow related to that.
The circle of death around Clinton, right? Look, you're not an alien. You're just a political animal. Now, I don't allow people to sneak in on my alien line with political stuff. That's for the other lines.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. To Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 17th of May, 1996.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Gary in St. Joseph, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
I got a couple of things. First, did something happen, or is it just me with this new $100 bill? Came out in February.
Yes.
Our inflation, or recent inflation, began then. The stock market shot up over 65. What was it? 65? Anyway, to record highs.
Yes.
And I understand that the international dollar was out just before the domestic dollar was out.
That is what I'm hearing. Yes.
Well, that's proof that what people were saying before, that they were going to use the international dollar to prop up, or use the national dollar to prop up the international dollar, I believe.
Well, I think, sir, what's actually going to happen is that there is going to be a devaluation. There has to be a devaluation. The only way we're ever going to handle the debt, and the interest on the debt, which will eventually take over every spare dollar we have, is clearly going to be a devaluation. That's where it's headed.
It seems like inflation makes it worse. But anyway, I wanted to get to the freemen and the way people seem to want to go in with some kind of a dynamic entry. First of all, I consider these people inconsiderate of the others, of the innocents who are in there.
I do too.
And if they're so bloodthirsty and want to find out what hell is like, they need to board up all their windows and nail their doors shut, pour a couple gallons of gasoline in the rug around them, wait a couple of minutes, and strike a match. If they're that bloodthirsty, they want to see how much into violence they are then. And these are people who
I don't know that
say they're against violence.
Yeah, that's right. They do. And I don't know that it's fair to suggest that they are bloodthirsty or want a violent end to this. That may not be fair at all. However, the first part of what you said I agree with, and it seems to me that a real man, if he has decided there's going to be this sort of an end, or if there's even a great probability that there's going to be this kind of an end to a standoff, would get the women and children the hell out of there. So if you guys are listening to me in Montana, why don't you get them the hell out of there? If you're going to really do this, or even if you think there's a great probability that you're going to end up in a shooting fest with the BATF or FBI, why don't you get the women and children out? There was a report earlier tonight that some women and children are being held against their will. The report allegedly aired on CBS and purported to quote Bogreitz, who was in there, as saying that. Now, if that's true, then I'm telling you right now we have a whole new situation on our hands. Now, I have not confirmed that report. I checked CBS News in the last hour and didn't hear it. So I'm taking it still with a grain of salt. But should that report be accurate, then we've got something different on our hands here. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Where are you calling from, please?
Hi, I'm calling from Edmonton, Alberta.
Alberta, Canada. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Is this open line right now, or do we have a subject?
No, it's always open line. I don't care what I'm talking about. You want to talk about something else, call.
Well, I think a great human solution or skill we have to deal with all these problems, whether they're the aliens, the chupacabra, or here with that standoff, it's just creativity and compromise. People could say reasoning skills, but I'd say those two kind of sum it up. And anyways, evidence of the quickening along the Scallion lines of things. Fort St. John is a small town up in northeast British Columbia, and they just had a small earthquake there. Supposedly there in that region, they're extremely rare.
Mm-hmm. There have been many earthquakes in unreasonable places lately. Mm-hmm. Believe me, even in the Dakotas, which is very weird.
Now we have the Concorde here at an air show that's supposed to draw 250,000 people.
No kidding.
Now, when it goes up there, does it do anything to the ozone, as far as you know? The ozone layer, that is?
No, I don't believe that it does. I rode the Concorde to Paris.
You did?
Oh, I did. It was really cool. I don't think that it does, or other people will make the case that all jet traffic affects our atmosphere, and I suppose to some degree it does.
Well, speaking of natural disasters, we had the military helicopters crash a while back. We had the crash of that little girl's Cessna, and many others, the one recently down in Florida. Is it like an extended Bermuda Triangle? Is that a plausible theory?
I don't think so. And, you cited several air crashes, but still, they're so correct when they say it's the safest way to travel. Even if it's white, I'm a white knuckle flyer. I don't mind telling you. I am. And it's because I'm not in control. Just absolutely not in control. No parachutes. Plane goes down, crashes. That's it, baby. You're with it. So I'm a white knuckle flyer. Takeoffs, landings particularly. But white knuckle, period. Man, we were coming back from Tokyo last year. Oh, boy, did we hit some rough air. I mean, and I was in a big 747. I thought the wings were going to come off that thing. It was like buckle in or you're going to hit the ceiling, and you would have. It's still the safest way to fly. There's, 50,000 people killed on the highways? That's where most of the people are dying. You're talking about 100, 200, 300, 400 people dying, 500 a year in airplanes, compared to 50,000 or more on the highways? Doesn't help me, though. I'm still a white knuckle flyer. On my alien immortal line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes.
Are you an alien or immortal?
I'm immortal.
Well, you're a little hard to hear, so you better get your immortal voice up a little bit for us.
Okay, how's that?
That's better.
Mm-hmm.
That's better. Now you sound like a real immortal.
Yeah.
How long have you been around?
How long have I been around? Since 1919.
1919?
Mm-hmm.
And yet you sound, like you might be in your 30s.
No, I'm 77.
You're 77?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know you're immortal?
I'm not mortal. I'm mortal.
Well, this is an immortal line. What's the matter with you?
Sorry.
Well, that's all right. Goodbye. Didn't he say he was immortal at the beginning of that call? Isn't that what I heard? I thought he said that. Now, immortal. I'm looking for people that have been here or claim to have been here for a very long time. There are many of them out there, actually. Here's somebody who wants to know what happens if an immortal slips into a coma. Good question. Good question. On my immortal alien line, you're on the air. Hello.
Sorry, Art, I'm just a mere mortal.
Well, then you're on the wrong line. Goodbye. You wasted your money. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I've always heard you talk about the quickening.
Yes.
What are you talking about when you say that?
All right. Since you've got your radio on, listen on the air. I will explain it one more time. This was something that I simply concluded a year and a half ago or something. Story after story after story of social degeneration. Children killing children. People taking lives for the hell of it. The cheapening of life. Our economic situation coming to a head very soon, I guarantee. Our political situation. The frustration, the cynicism of the people. The earth changes. The new diseases. The frequency of change in the world, particularly in America. The rapid advancement of technology beyond our ability to handle it socially. All of it. To me, it is the quickening. It's just a sort of a handle to get on what generally is going on. And that's what I mean by the quickening. Things are accelerating at an ever-increasing pace. And I'm not the only one who feels it. Most everybody feels it. So I called it one night, I said the quickening, and it just sort of caught on, that's all. No big deal. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning
I
to you.
wanted to talk to you about three things. First of all, I wanted to tell you about the guys in Montana.
Yes.
What you got to do is lay back about 1.5 miles and just, lay back, set up camp or whatever, and just lay back. And in a year or so, they'll have to come out and get food or whatever if they can't grow it there. You know what I mean? They have to come out and get some kind of supplies. Just leave them alone. That's one thing. Secondly, the other night somebody talked about a guest host for your show.
Oh, yes.
Nominate me.
You nominate yourself, huh?
Yes. I'll even sleep with Comets, or Motel 6 or whatever, but, and thirdly, the other day I was listening to the radio and another talk show host on another network was slamming you.
Oh, well.
And I have to let you know I called and griped him out about it, and I said, hey,
I get slammed all the time.
I know it, but, the guy was saying things about you that I don't particularly agree with.
Well, that's all right.
That's your good, close personal friend Paul in Odessa, Texas.
Thank you, Paul. Well, thank you for defending me. Who was it?
Well, I wouldn't say anything against Jim Bohannon for love or money.
I see. All right. Have a good night. Thank you. Take care.
I wouldn't tattle on him.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yo, look. If people aren't taking shots at you, you're not doing anything. Whether it's Jim or Tom or Michael or any of them. Look, I don't go after others. I don't need to. They feel a need to come after me. That's fine. I don't care. I'm not doing what they're doing. I don't want to do what they're doing. They have a certain kind of talk radio they're doing, and I have a certain kind I'm doing. There are going to be people who don't like what I'm doing and people who don't like what they're doing. I try to do different things. I'm just absolutely convinced that talk radio, if it continues along the same old, well-worn, tired path of doing nothing but bashing and mashing the government and being as anti-government as it can be. Not that that's not sometimes a proper thing to do, because it is, but just day after day after day, the drumbeat goes on of nothing but politics and anti-government. To me, after a while, that gets boring, and I could not do it for 5 hours a night. There are other things in life to talk about. Sometimes just to have fun. Sometimes to talk to aliens or immortals. Sometimes to do truth or trash. Sometimes to have people on with weird theories. Sometimes to have guests on that push the envelope. Sometimes just to have fun. In other words, talk radio to me, ultimately, if it is going to survive, is going to have to become more of a reflection of life in general. And I've said this over the air many times, and I'll say it once more. In your life, how many hours a day at the office or at home do you spend with your wife or husband or coworkers talking about politics? Bashing the Clinton administration. I'm no friend of this Bill Clinton, but he is. And to sit around and spend all my time bashing him or his administration is not my idea of a good time. To spend all my time bashing government in general and blaming everything on government is not my idea of truthfulness. Oh, it's easy, and it's a populist kind of thing to do. But the fact of the matter is, in my view, we are the government. We are. And what's going on in America right now is more of a reflection of us than it is of those people elected to office. I know that goes down a little hard, huh? So in a lot of ways, the enemy is us. Go take a good look in the mirror. So I just don't want to travel down the same road that everybody else travels down. I'm not going to do it. And if that causes them to come after me, who cares? Who cares? I'm too old to care, I guess. On my alien immortal line, you're on the air.
Oh, hello, Mr. Archibald. This is your alien friend.
Oh, now I like this voice. I like this voice.
I send you many faxes. Do you remember me with my big eyes that I draw? And my brows that hang far and long like intensite?
Yes.
Yes, you know to me.
Yes, I recognize you indeed. Now I hear your voice. I really like it.
You know, if I was to die, I would take a form of probably the wind until I could find another being in which to inhabit.
Well, now there's an important question. In other words, you can actually take over a being.
Yes.
Is that right?
Some have said that's bad of me for doing, but I do this.
Well, that's where I was going. In other words, the morality of literally taking over somebody's consciousness. Don't you feel guilty when you do that?
See, I do. But I only take over that of female beings, for I am truly female.
You're truly female, so you can only take over the being of other females.
True.
Well, that's very interesting.
Is that, there are some things that have no sex at all, and those things I can also become.
But there's not so much joy in that, I would imagine.
None at all. I hate it when I have to find nobody in which to be in, and I'd be something like non-thinking, just surviving. And I figure that must be time when I'm just like a cell.
What happens to the consciousness or the soul of the person that you take over? Is it completely subverted, gone, dead?
I believe that this is the time in which I am living in a body of a humankind, and I believe that the humankind body, that the soul that existed in it, died and went to heaven, and that is why I was able to inhabit it.
Wow. Where are you actually from? Are you from here or elsewhere?
No, I'm the one who called you 2 times before and said that I was from the Passion planet.
Yes.
And the Passion planet, you now call Pluto. But at the time in which I lived there, it was warm and near the sun. But there was one who traveled who come back to Earth, and we called him Conquest, evil one he be.
How long have you existed in one form or another?
I have no bearing of time. I know that in this form that I am presently time, I am 40 years old.
40?
Mm-hmm. And before this, I lived as a fox. I left it that time. Before that, I was in my craft, and I must return to it before I left it. Not like it should be. Sometimes I think that I should go back to my craft and I should leave this earth, for it fears me much. Mankind scares me more than any other being upon this land. But then other time I say to myself, I do more harm than good should I go and run and hide.
Well, you are at least an alien with a conscience. Thank you. So there is a female alien, and now that's rather unusual. We haven't had a lot of female aliens who, in order to continue, must take over a body, a consciousness, a soul, as you wish, and feels guilt about it. That would be quite a moral dilemma, wouldn't it? Although in most cases, most beings would opt for life. In fact, there's a very, very good question for the rest of you. If, as you grew older, you had the opportunity to co-opt another living being, in effect, take over its mind and its body and its everything that it is, except that it would be your consciousness that would inhabit this body, do you think you would? Or would your moral principles preclude you from doing it? In other words, if you could continue life as you grew older by scoping some 19-year-old somewhere and virtually taking over that person's body, soul, and mind, would you do it, or would your moral code prevent you from such a thing? That's a very interesting question. In effect, yes, killing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, I'm so thankful that I got through.
Well, I'm glad you did, too. Where are you?
I'm calling from Wichita.
Wichita.
I want to tell you how much my husband and I appreciate and love your program.
Well, thank you.
We listen all the time. And I wanted to ask you, maybe I've missed it and you've told this, but you remember saying Hard Copy had come out and photographed your
yes, they
arts
did.
Parts.
Yes, arts parts, yes.
And had they given you any idea when they would have that on their program?
No, I think they're waiting for our written report, and that should be in within days, and then they'll make a decision about whether they're going to air it or not. Look, my program seems to be over. I'm out of time.
Uh-oh.
Well, not uh-oh.
Do I get to do it?
You get to do it.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Do it.
Right now?
Now.
From the beautiful high desert in the great American Southwest. Good night, America.